To look at what we can do about development and production here in the United States. It's why he wanted to have a discussion with the Saudis that would have a sustainable long-term plan for dealing with what is clearly an increasing demand for oil in a world economy that is growing. Obviously, with the states like China, India, and others coming online, there is a concern about demand and supply, and those issues have to be addressed not by jawboning, but by having a strategic plan for dealing with the problem. That's why the President has an energy plan in the United States. That's why there was so much weight put on having a common strategic framework with the Saudis about how to increase capacity over the long run, not just in the short run.
Sir, and then we'll go to the other side of the room.
Mr. Al-Jaber outside told us that Saudi Arabia has a current spare production capacity of between 1.3 and 1.4 million barrels per day that they can quickly bring online. Did the President specifically ask them to tap into any of that production capacity and boost output?
I don't know what specifically Al-Jaber was talking about. And the discussions with the President, as I say, focused on the long-term plans that the Saudis have. Obviously, if they have that kind of capacity, they can bring it on to the market. The issue is, of course, the issue of price. And whether they're willing to sell it at the price that the market is willing to pay. But obviously it is useful. The problem in the oil markets now is a perception that there is inadequate capacity. And that's the point. The more we can increase that capacity in the short run, in the longer term, the more reassurance you can give to the market that there will be available supply, and that'll have a downward pressure on the price.
Did the President say they'd like the Saudis to increase their oil production above levels where they currently at? This year?
He's talked about that. If you looked at his public comments last week, he said exactly something very much like that. And what he got from the Saudis was a response, and it was the response I described. Sir.
Can you talk about where the Saudi plan in the Middle East fits in the President's vision, if it fits the President's vision? And also, did the President raise the issue of the three Saudis that have been in prison for more than a year now before advocating an institutional monarchy?
On the Middle East, they talked about the opportunity that is presented by the steps that Abu Mazen is taking in terms of to reform the security, the focus that all of us now are trying to bring to the disengagement from Gaza and the settlements in the northern West Bank, and the opportunity that presents to move the process forward. That's really the focus. The Crown Prince's plan, which was adopted, of course, by the Arab League, is a broader framework for dealing over time with an opportunity to get peace between Israelis and Palestinians and Israelis between Arabs. One of the things they focused on was the ability of a successful disengagement to hasten the day when we can proceed to those broader issues. So the focus has been very much what we can all do, the United States, the Saudis, and others, to assist the Palestinians to be able to develop the institutions of a democratic state that is prepared to take responsibility for the territory that they are going to have an ability to take control of when the Israelis move out. On the other question, there was a general discussion about the issue of reform in these various conversations over the last 2 days. I'm not going to get into the specifics of it, but a range of issues were raised, and the framework for some of these particular cases was discussed. Sir.
Wondering, just in the short or near term, when can the public expect to see something tangible as a result of the meeting today?
Something tangible in terms of, well, we'll see. As you know, the markets are a complicated business, but clearly the news that came out of the meeting today ought to be good news for the markets, and we would hope that and other factors would result in some positive news in terms of the price fronts. But as you know, these markets are complicated business. Sir.
But if I could follow up on that.
Sir, first you and then...
We heard that Mr. Secretary left the meeting to call Masoud Barzani in Iraq. We need to know if that's true, and what did you agree regarding Iraq?
No, I did not leave the meeting to make a phone call. We've been very clear that the process that is going on in Iraq now, the process of trying to form a government out of the very successful elections, is an Iraqi process, and it has to be an Iraqi process. I think everybody believes that the Iraqi people now deserve a government, given that they took risks to vote. We've had opportunities to represent those views to a number of Iraqi leaders. I have, the Vice President has, others have as well, Steve has. And we're going to continue to say that it is important to keep momentum in the political process. And that's really what this is about. It's keeping momentum in the political process as an answer to those who would tell the Iraqi people that their future is in violence, not in the political process. But no, I did not leave the meeting today. I did not today, no.
Sir.
Do you believe that Saudi Arabia will play any role to widen Sunni participation in Iraq as its president?
Oh, yes. Well, we have had broad discussions with all of the states in the region about the importance of Sunni participation, and this is something that everybody agrees, that the Sunni population must be included, that the Sunni population needs to participate. It's a two-way street. I think that the Iraqi leaders are making an effort to reach out to the Sunnis to try to include them in governmental participation, and that Sunnis are reaching back. And I do know that the Saudis have encouraged that, the Jordanians have encouraged that, everyone has encouraged it.
Sure.
You've been listening in on a White House briefing coming from Crawford, Texas. That's Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice discussing the meeting between President Bush and Crown Prince Abdullah. We now want to take you live to Georgia, where there is an announcement where 2 bodies have been found in the case of the disappearing toddlers, the Payne children, Nicole and Jonah. Let's listen in.
And when they went by again the second time today, law enforcement did see kind of a bump in that algae and took a closer look and saw that it was the body of I believe it was a young girl. And then a further examination a few feet from that, they discovered the body of the boy.
Were there any tracks or anything like that?
They were looking at all that, and they're continuing to look. They're there now. They've got divers on the scene trying to see if they might be recovered something that might be useful in investigation.
Has anyone been charged?
No.
John, is there a clear path from this area over to the pond?
There's a road that goes back behind the house. You continue on this road, it circles around and goes back down and winds up right at that pond.
Is there a fence or any kind of protective situation around that pond?
Yes, there is.
John, to what extent is your agency investigating how long the children were missing compared to what the mother's story is?
Well, all that's going to be taken into consideration once the medical examiner makes a determination, if he can make a determination on that.
Have you got any initial findings in that regard?
Not in that regard. It's very early for that type of information, for us to have that information from the medical examiner.
Why do you think it took so long to find the body?
As I explained earlier, because of that green covering of the bacteria or algae that covers that type of pond, it was very difficult to see these kids. Matter of fact, when they first looked at it, they didn't know there were bodies. And they understand these kids are 2 and 3 years old. And the first time they missed them completely, and I can understand why. And because it was just kind of a bump in that green bacteria or algae on the surface of that sanitation pond.
Is there any indication on how long they've been, any preliminary indication how long they've been dead at the time they were found?
No, that's way too early. The medical examiner will look at that, but I don't know if that can even be determined.
They put cameras down in 4 or 5 ponds in this area. Was that one of the ponds they put cameras down?
No.
Why
law enforcement had
cameras earlier? Yeah, they used the cameras here and then.
I'm not aware of that.
So when was the first initial search of this pond when they did not find the body?
Saturday.
Saturday was the initial, and then today was the
How
second.
permeable is that fence?
It's permeable.
People can just walk right through?
The agents have already looked at that area, and there are certain spots where kids could get under or through. but they're looking at that again to see if there might be some evidence there that might be helpful.
Have the kids ever wanted off before?
That I'd have to defer to the chief. Chief, you want to make...
And you've been listening in on a news conference coming out of Warrenton, Georgia. The sad news today, police say the bodies of the missing 2-year-old girl and 3-year-old boy, the Paynes, Jonah and Nicole Payne, were indeed found in a pond near the home of the children and their mother. The divers are apparently on the scene right now. No one has been charged in this case. Apparently there was a road that was from behind the house led down to the pond. It's not very far from the home, and according to the investigator on the scene who gave that news conference, they'd actually looked at this area on Saturday as well as yesterday, but it wasn't until today that they noticed what he described as a bump underneath some algae and realized that it was indeed the body of those 2 children you see on the right side of your screen. They disappeared from their home. Their mother called and said they had disappeared from their home at 6 p.m. on Saturday evening. It's been a search all through that area for these 2 children. Of course, has come to a very sad end. The bodies of Nicole Payne, 2 years old, and Jonah Payne, 3 years old, have been found. At this point, I'd like to bring in MSNBC analyst and former FBI profiler Clint Van Zandt. Clint, you listened in on that press conference. Did anything specific catch your ear?
Well, once again, you know, we've had so many sad situations these last couple of months where we've lost children. A number of things. We find the children, as we had discussed earlier on MS, we suggested they would probably be found, if they were in fact dead, they would be found in a body of water near the house, which is a potential disposal site. Now, the challenge, of course, is how did the children get down there? Could they have, in fact, got out the door, got out the fence, and wandered down there by themselves? It was close to the house. This is not a crime that you normally find a predator involved in, the taking of 2 children and taking them so young and spiriting them both away from the house. So, law enforcement has to look at every option, but first they have to look at someone who knew the house, who knew the family, who had this very narrow window of opportunity to get into the house and carry the children away while the mother was otherwise occupied in a bathroom. Or, again, the saddest of sad, we have to look at the family. We have to look at people who have access to the house, to include the mother and father. And as you know, that's one of the first things law enforcement has to do. They have to either rule in or rule out the family, then those that have access to the house, then those in the neighborhood, and you just keep moving out. Just like the circles on a bullseye, you keep moving out, looking for the victims and looking for who did something like this.
And I'm assuming that time of death is going to become an important element in this investigation.
Well, this is one of the key reasons why law enforcement officers were interviewing neighbors. We know that the mother suggests that the last time she saw the children was at approximately 6 p.m. Saturday night. Were there neighbors who had seen the children up to that time? So we're trying to validate the mother's story on this. We're trying to find out if anyone else, any strangers were seen in the neighborhood, what type of traffic came in and out of the house, and of course, how did the children get down to that pond? Is there evidence that they went down there, perhaps one fell in and another went after them? Were they dropped there? Were they bound? Were they thrown in? Did they fall in? I mean, all of this, the forensic evidence anywhere from the house down to the pond is going to be very important. And of course, part of the challenge is whenever you have a body in a body of water, you start to lose some of the linking physical evidence. So that's something that the investigators will be looking at. How do you link these children back to the house? What caused them to go from point A to point B? And more importantly, at this point, who caused them to do it?
It could be a crime or it could be just a tragic accident. Clint Van Zandt, we thank you so much for weighing in.
Thank you.
Normally at this time of the afternoon you would be seeing Market Wrap with Ron and Sana. Obviously, because of our breaking news situations both in Crawford, Texas and down in Georgia, we were unable to bring that to you today. Ron will be back tomorrow with Market Wrap. MSNBC will have more on the discovery of the bodies of these 2 missing Georgia toddlers, Nicole and Jonah. We're back right after this.
more for the 7:30 show.
Senior discount?
There you stand, somewhere between saving for retirement and living it. Are you ready for this? Now you can be. See your State Farm agent and plan your financial future with the company you trust. We live where you live.
Just how much is that discount?
If you've got broadband, you're ready to go. Visit Vonage.com or call toll-free 888-747-4VON. Now available at Best Buy, Circuit City, and CompUSA.
Our top story in 1 minute. The HP Blade System server powered by Intel Xeon processors. Consolidation made easy.
21st century trading is all about vision. Can you clearly see what the market is doing? That's why we created QuoteScope. Now watch level 2 data like never before. Spot current trends and trade with one click. All for just $10.99 per internet equity trade. It's the 21st century. Trade like it on our new website. Join Ameritrade today and get 30 commission-free internet equity trades.
Tonight on Countdown, Senator Bill Frist breaks convention, goes on TV, and tries to put an end to filibusters. He shows how banning this infamous part of the congressional process could change the balance of power in Washington. On Countdown, tonight at 8 on MSNBC.
Welcome back to MSNBC on this Monday. The flash news we are following for you at this hour. The Georgia Bureau of Investigations has announced that the bodies of toddlers in Warrenton, Georgia, Nicole and Jonah Payne, have been found in a sanitation pond near their home. They were reported missing on Saturday. The mother says that she came out of the bathroom and the two children were gone from the home. The door was open, the gate was open, and a massive search ensued. Let's go now to Warrenton. Josh Quinn is with NBC affiliate WAGT, our affiliate there in Augusta, Georgia. And boy, this is really just a sad end to the case, Josh.
It really is. As John Bankhead said when he gave the press conference, the news conference, our worst fears have been realized, is that these two small children were found dead in a sewage pond less than a mile, about a half mile from the home. They said search and rescue workers actually went past this pond on Saturday or Sunday, and it was covered in a thick layer of algae. And the guess is now that they just couldn't see underneath that thick layer. Today, when an officer went by, they saw a bump in that algae. Upon further inspection, they believe they found it was the young girl. On further inspection, they found the young boy not too far away. It's unfortunate around here. There are people at the Health and Recreation Center across the street who handle the elderly and recreation patients who were over here, standing here. There was a gasp when they heard the news. Obviously, the worst fears have been realized. We were told that the parents will not make a statement. That's understandable. Jay Jones, who is the family spokesperson who spoke earlier, did not make a statement either. But the chief of police here says, obviously, they're terribly distraught, and at this time, they don't suspect any foul play. They won't talk anything beyond that or confirm any more details. We're not expecting another news conference this evening, but just recapping what you said, some tragic news here in Warrenton, Georgia, that the two young children that were missing since Saturday were found dead, and it has been confirmed.
So, Josh, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation saying it does not suspect foul play. However, the investigation is continuing at this hour. What's happening?
That's correct. They are still talking to people. They are talking to different suspects. They haven't named any suspects. They're talking to different members of the family, people in the area. But right now, they still say the only thing they have to go on are the 2 bodies. There are autopsies scheduled for tomorrow. I believe the bodies will be sent today. They will know more, obviously, after that once they get some forensic evidence back. But all they have to go on is what the mother said, that the children were not in the home after she returned from a 3 to 5 minute bathroom break. The front door was open, the front gate to the yard was open, and now today the horrible news that those 2 children were found dead.
And they do have divers there on the scene continuing to look at the pond. Josh Quinn, WAGT NBC affiliate. Thank you so much, Josh, for giving us an update on this situation.
You're welcome.
We go now to Japan, where officials managed to rescue another person trapped in the wreckage after a deadly train crash this morning. The train jumped the tracks during rush hour and just hurtled into an apartment complex. Investigators are looking into whether the 23-year-old man driving the train was speeding or simply inexperienced. At least 57 people are dead and hundreds more are injured. The FAA is continuing its investigation on how a day of skydiving by an experienced diver turned deadly over Central Florida. Police say Albert Wing III hit the airplane he jumped from on Saturday. The jumper had managed to open his parachute when he struck the left wing at about 600 feet. His legs were severed at the knees. He landed successfully, but Wing later died at a local hospital.
One of the most wanted drug kingpins in the world is now behind bars, and federal agents say this known drug lord allegedly has close ties to al-Qaeda.
Also, President Bush and Prince Abdullah get up close and personal about oil prices. That's all next on MSNBC.
You're watching MSNBC, home of the 15-minute promise. New headlines every 15 minutes, guaranteed.
This is a leap in unmanned systems that will save pilots from the most perilous missions. This, a breakthrough in composite technology to make airplanes stronger and more efficient. This is a new chapter in space. Satellites that will capture and repair other satellites. At Boeing, we do things others call impossible. Doing the impossible is one of the things we do best. Boeing, forever new frontiers.
This is the way hundreds of millions of wireless calls, billions of stock exchange transactions, and 80% of the top 100 banks in the U.S. ensure 99.999% reliability. This is the way. This is Nortel.
What are you doing? I just got a new home loan from Ditech.com. Paid off all my credit cards. I don't need these anymore.
Cash out equity or consolidate bills and lower your monthly payments right now with a $49 flat fee second mortgage from Ditech.com.
There you go. They lost another loan to Ditech.
Log on or call 1-800-DITECH-1.
Nearly every minute, a woman dies from a heart attack or a stroke. If your doctor says you're at risk, Bayer Women's Plus Calcium can significantly reduce your risk. Be sure to talk to your doctor before you begin an aspirin regimen. The more you know, the more you trust Bayer.
They have big hearts, big personalities, big friends, and big egos. But they have small mouths. So we created a new food just for them. Introducing Pedigree Small Breed with smaller, easier to crunch kibble and everything else small dogs need.
To help maintain a healthy heart, your body needs potassium, like you find in salmon. And almonds. As well as lima beans. But you wouldn't drink this stuff every morning when you could drink Florida orange juice.
With lots of potassium that's good for your heart. Florida orange juice. Healthy, pure and simple. It is not an abstract concept. It is not a financial instrument. Energy is a concrete thing, created by real people for real businesses. Energy is Constellation Energy, and we are ready to show you some very real results.
U.S. authorities have arrested a key figure in the Afghan drug trade. President Bush called Haji Bashir Noorzai one of the world's most wanted drug kingpins because of his ties to the Taliban. NBC's Michelle Franzen has more from New York.
U.S. prosecutors in New York City said they have captured one of the largest global drug lords from Afghanistan and charged him with international heroin trafficking. Authorities said Haji Bashir Noorzai produced and transported millions of dollars worth of heroin from Afghanistan and Pakistan to various countries, including the U.S.
Noorzai is known to the Drug Enforcement Administration as the Pablo Escobar of heroin trafficking in Asia.
The suspect and 9 others made it on the White House's list of the world's most wanted drug leaders last year. The U.S. Attorney's Office said the suspect's operations were protected and aided by the Taliban, who ran the country before U.S. troops went in.
Noorzai and the Taliban had a symbiotic relationship.
The indictment comes just over a month after Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice visited the war-torn country. The U.S. has become concerned with the surge of opium poppy fields in the region. 60% of Afghanistan's economy still comes from the production of poppy, which is turned into heroin. In recent months, Afghan police have gone in to destroy the fields. Michelle Franzen, NBC News, New York.
And here's a look at the rundown. Coming up at 5:30, more on the flash news out of Georgia. The bodies of 2 toddlers found in a pond. Now, authorities are working to determine if this was an accident or something else. Plus, the latest in the Michael Jackson trial and what the prosecution has in store before it wraps up its case. And the latest over the furor over that 5-year-old handcuffed by police after an outburst at school. Stay with us.
Being done to keep our kids safe from sexual predators. A Scarborough Country campaign. All this week at 10, only on MSNBC.
NBC Wednesday. Discover the new hit Revelations. I hope we can find that baby. The child's mother is found.
God is his father.
As the end of days draws near, another is taken.
We've got him, and we're keeping him.
Revelations continues. NBC Wednesday, 9/8 Central.
Our top story in 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. My check card was stolen. They spent $1,280? No, it's just I'm going on vacation in a week.
If your check card is ever lost or stolen and used.
So how long will it take to get my money back? Tomorrow?
We'll put back the missing money next business day.
Tomorrow's
guaranteed.
Tomorrow's great.
Bank of America. Higher standards.
Introducing Glade Plugins Create a Scent.
Apple cinnamon and vanilla garden.
Now you can blend 2 fragrances to create a unique 3rd fragrance. Like Mom's Apple Crisp.
Honey. Honey? Honey?
11 different Glade Plugins refills. Over 50 scent possibilities. New Glade Plugins Create a Scent.
Plug it in, plug it in.
S.C. Johnson Family Company. Can you control your destiny? Can you do it with a spoon? Each morning we choose. We say, I'm hungry, or,
Cookie dough.
this is a turning point. So you pour honey toasted Kashi Go Lean Crunch with twice the protein and fiber to help you feel healthy, not hungry, all morning long. You like this Go Lean Crunch feeling. Could every day be a good day? Kashi Go Lean Crunch. See how far it takes you.
Welcome back to MSNBC on this Monday. You're looking right now live at a picture of 2 parents in Georgia who have just heard what must be the most tragic news any parent can hear. They have found out that the bodies of their 2 toddlers, 2-year-old Nicole and 3-year-old Jonah Payne, were just found in a sewage pond not far from their home. They had been reported missing since Saturday. Let's listen in.
I just want to thank the law enforcement, and they did a wonderful job, and all the hard work, and Warrenton Police, the Sheriff Department, the rescue, from both of us, thank you. And thank you for the support from people. Just want to thank all the people that helped us and been there for us and the support. And that's pretty much what I want to let people know, that they did a wonderful job, and they did. I can't see any better people that did it wonderful and all the hard work. And at least that's all I got to say. And that's all. Do what? Not too good, but that's all. That's all. Okay? Thanks.
And you were listening there to Robert Payne, the father of Jonah and Nicole Payne, whose bodies were just found in a sewage pond this afternoon in Warrenton, Georgia, not far from their home. Their mother, Lottie Kane, obviously broken up there. In the meantime, authorities are continuing with their investigation. They have divers on the scene at that pond. I want to bring in now MSNBC analyst and former FBI profiler Clint Van Zandt to talk a little bit about the details of this case. All right, Clint, first of all, they were reported missing on Saturday. The mom says that she went into the bathroom. When she came out a few minutes later, there was an open door at the house. The gate to the house was open. Sure. Is it plausible that the children in that amount of time, and children this young, could have just wandered off?
Well, I think any parent or grandparent knows how quickly children can move, how they can go from one room to the next or be in a bathroom or out the door. So I think it is plausible. It's interesting, this very small window of time. You know, again, we have to trust the mother as to how long she was away from the children, that she hadn't taken a nap or that she had just been in for this 3 to 5 minute period of time. These are all things that law enforcement is going to have to determine as far as were the children seen earlier that day, how are they, what's the relationship with the family. This is part of this. You know, we're on a continuum right now. On one end of the continuum is this is a terrible, horrible accident that just destroys us all. On the other end of that continuum is that these children were the victims of someone. And the question then, of course, comes, is it an unknown predator, somebody in the neighborhood, somebody within the house? These are things, hopefully, that the autopsy, when it's conducted, will give us a little bit of information.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit, Clint, because as we said, now they have some physical evidence to turn to. What kind of evidence are they going to be looking for in that autopsy, number one? And number two, the fact that those bodies were found in a pond, does it make the job of finding evidence from the bodies more difficult?
Yeah, let me start with your first question. It makes it a little more challenging because some of the trace evidence, the hairs, the fibers, the transfer evidence, perhaps if it is in fact a homicide that would have been transferred from the assailant to the children, could in fact be lost because of the bodies being in the water. Well, what they're going to be looking for in the autopsy is obviously the cause of death. They're going to look if there are any obvious injuries on the children. Is there evidence that they were smothered, that they were asphyxiated? These are normally the ways, unfortunately, that children are killed. And they're also going to be looking to see if there is water in the lungs, and is it water from that specific body of water where they were found, to suggest that the children, unfortunately, had gone into that water alive and then had taken in enough of that particular water that they drowned on the spot.
We also mentioned that there were divers at the pond still on the scene. What would they be looking for?
Well, again, they're looking for anything that the children might have carried with them. If it was an accident, did the children walk out carrying dolls, clothes? Are the children fully clothed when they were found? Are they wearing shoes and shirts and pants? Is there any weapons, or is there anything else discarded? And of course, if you have an edge of a pond, if it's moist, we're going to be looking for, is there evidence that a child has walked in or slid into the pond? Is there anything in the mud? Is there any physical evidence left outside that would would indicate a path. You know, one child fell in and another child tried to go in after them. You know, I'm trying to create scenarios that can explain the unexplainable, but unfortunately, children are the victims of violence and they're the victims of accidents.
Well, in this case, authorities have said that they so far don't see any indications of foul play. Their investigation is continuing. Clint Van Zandt, thank you so much for sorting out some of the details for us.
Thank you.
Allison?
Now turn to some other news we're following out in the West Coast. Prosecutors in the Michael Jackson trial say they are wrapping up their case, but still have some important witnesses left to call. MSNBC's Jennifer London is live at the courthouse in Santa Maria, California. Fill us in on those witnesses, Jennifer.
Well, hi and good afternoon to you, Allison. This afternoon, the prosecution taking care of some housekeeping items, if you will. They have recalled a couple of investigators with the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department. They were called mainly to testify about items seized during an office search of one of Michael Jackson's unindicted co-conspirators. Remember, Jackson is also charged with conspiring to hold the family against their will. And earlier today, the jury heard from a former security guard of Michael Jackson's at Jackson's Neverland Ranch. Kasim Abdul was called to testify as the prosecution again focused on prior uncharged allegations against the pop star. Abdul testified that he saw Michael Jackson hug and kiss the cheek of his 1993 accuser. The defense attempting to dismiss his testimony in part by focusing on a lawsuit that he participated in with 4 other people against Michael Jackson. The defense trying to say that they were just out to get Michael Jackson's money. Kasim Abdul and his other 4 people that he was involved in this lawsuit with ultimately lost it against Michael Jackson. And earlier today, also the judge ruling that the jury will hear from Michael Jackson's ex-wife and the mother of 2 of his children, Debbie Rowe. The defense had attempted to block her testimony during arguments this morning. Ultimately, Judge Melville didn't buy it, and he did rule that the jury will hear from Debbie Rowe. Allison, we are expecting her to testify later this week.
Jennifer London from Santa Maria, California. Thanks for all the details.
President Bush is dealing with the rising price of gasoline today, and he went straight to a high-ranking source, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Abdullah. The 2 leaders met at the Crawford Ranch this afternoon. The president urged Saudi Arabia to pump more crude oil in order to ease gas prices right here in the United States. Right now, the kingdom pumps about 9.5 million barrels a day. President Bush also urged the Senate to pass his energy bill. For more on the president's meeting with Crown Prince Abdullah, we turn to tomorrow's news guest. With us from Crawford, Texas, is Michael Fletcher. He's a White House reporter for the Washington Post. Thank you for joining us today, Michael.
My pleasure.
We heard a short time ago from National Security Advisor Stephen Hadley that the Saudis had agreed to increase oil production over the next few years. Is that all that the president wanted from them?
Well, in a way, I mean, to hear them spin that, you would think yes, but really, I think he was looking for a short-term increase in Saudi oil production, but that's not really in the cards, it appears. The Saudis believe they're putting enough oil on the market now and believe that there are bottlenecks elsewhere in the system. There needs to be an increase in refinery capacity, for instance, in order to really see gas prices go down.
So in order to see gas prices go down, in reality, it's not just this meeting that needs to happen. What else is going to happen?
Well, a lot of things have to change, at least from the Saudi point of view. Again, there needs to be kind of a rebuilding of the oil infrastructure, if you will. There needs to be more refinery capacity put online. And the Saudis believe that we need to do some regulation changes in the United States. As you travel around the country, you get different blends of gasoline in the United States. And he said that's a discouragement. The Saudis say that's a discouragement to having outsiders build refineries in the U.S.
Did the president's administration give any indication that those changes might happen here?
They weren't clear about that at all, other than to tout the energy bill, which would make some changes. But it seems like they were more focused on kind of the long-term issue. And long-term, the Saudis for a long time, not just today, but they've been talking in recent weeks about their investment plan, something like $50 billion over 5 years, to increase oil production capacity. But with the increase in oil consumption in fast-growing countries like China and India, I mean, that's what's required. I don't know that it's going to have any impact on U.S. prices.
There are so many Americans who pull up their cars to the gas pump and just are hoping for good news, even if it comes out of Crawford, Texas, about these gas prices. Michael Fletcher, thank you for giving us a little information about what happened down there in Crawford, Texas today.
My pleasure.
Let's get a look at the national forecast right now.
For that, we turn to MSNBC meteorologist Sean McLaughlin, who's in the Weather Center. Hello, Sean.
Hello, contestant Allison. Well, severe weather breaking out down in the place that we thought about and talked about earlier this morning. Here's what we're talking about. A line of thunderstorms now moving through the Lone Star State, basically also in through portions of Oklahoma City, down through Dallas and Houston. And right there, you see that spotlight right at the end of the loop. Thunderstorms now starting to break out just outside of Fort Worth, Texas. In fact, when we look at our watches and warnings map, thunderstorm watch in effect for most of central, northern, and southern Oklahoma. But then take a look at this tornado watch in effect until 9 p.m. local time for portions of north central Texas. Now, in the middle of this tornado watch, you see those filled-in counties, severe thunderstorm warnings for Tarrant, Hood, and Warren counties. And we take an even closer look. Take a look at the last 3 hours. Look at these thunderstorms just exploding. In the western suburbs of Fort Worth, they're moving very quickly to the north-northeast, 35 miles an hour. Possible wind gusts over 70 miles an hour with damaging wind and hail. Tornadoes definitely a possibility with these storms. We're going to have to watch out for the severe weather moving through the southern plains states, as well as a brand new system moving in through the northern plains. Minneapolis already down to 47. No snow behind this storm. And as we take a look at the forecast and wrap it up here, there goes all that rain in through the southern Great Lakes all the way down to the southeast through tonight and tomorrow. Cold air filling in for the northern plains. That's a quick check of the national forecast. We'll toss it back to you.
Thanks so much, Sean McLaughlin from the Weather Center.
Well, to commemorate the Hubble Space Telescope's 15th year orbiting the Earth, NASA has released some incredible new photos. In the last 15 years, the Hubble telescope has taken more than 750,000 photos of the cosmos. Today's pictures of the Whirlpool Galaxy and the Eagle Nebula were taken with Hubble's newest camera, and they're some of the largest and sharpest images ever captured by the telescope. You can see them for yourself at NASA's website at hubblesite.org. Still to come, what one Florida mayor wants to do to keep sex offenders out of his city.
And internet search engine Google is giving advertisers a little more muscle when it comes to whom gets to see their businesses online. But first, another look at the closing numbers from Wall Street. Everything ended on a high note today. Dow over 10,000, up about 85 points. S&P up nearly 10. The Nasdaq up 18.5. And we're back after the break.
Closing Bell Report is brought to you by Sprint.
With Sprint, you don't have to go to work to get to work. Your employees are mobile and productive with the applications and the data they need right at their fingertips, wirelessly and securely. And only Sprint offers complete managed wireless solutions that help save time and money. With Sprint, wireless is powerful, productive, beautiful. Detailed case studies at sprint.com.
Imagine a best-selling minivan, now at a 5-star crash safety rating, and give it a longer powertrain warranty. Back it with 5 years roadside assistance and price it right. What would you have? The Kia Sedona. It's not only a better value, it's a smarter buy. Get a 2005 Sedona for $18,120 after $3,000 cash back. Hurry, offer ends soon.
There's an even better way to care for your nest egg. Objective financial advice. A.G. Edwards. For 118 years, fully invested in our clients.
For a kitchen so clean it sparkles, use new Formula 409. 409's deep cleansing formula strips away impurities for a brilliant clean. Let your kitchen shine with Formula 409.
Our top story in 1 minute.
Night sweats, they go on, then off, then on. Hot flashes, then something else comes off.
If menopausal symptoms are disrupting your life, Premarin is approved to treat symptoms and prevent bone loss. If you don't have symptoms, consider non-estrogen treatment instead of an estrogen like Premarin to prevent bone loss. Premarin should not be used to prevent and may increase the risk of heart disease, heart attack, stroke, or dementia, and may increase the risk of breast cancer and blood clots. So use it for the shortest time based on goals and risks. If you have a uterus, estrogen increases the risk of uterine cancer.
cancer.
I'm soaked, I'm dry, I'm cold, I'm hot.
I'm not. My doctor prescribed Premarin. Premarin is not right for every woman. Discuss its use regularly with your doctor. Don't use Premarin if you've had unusual vaginal bleeding, breast or uterine cancer, blood clots, liver problems, stroke or heart attack, or think you're pregnant. Side effects may include vaginal yeast infections, leg and abdominal cramps. With 5 dosage strengths of Premarin, your doctor can choose the lowest effective dose for you. Isn't it time you asked about Premarin?
I'm so ready.
Values voters. Who are they and what some politicians are willing to do to get their attention? A Hardball special report tonight at 7 only on MSNBC.
Up to the minute.
The economy is making headlines.
Every 15 minutes.
We go now to the White House.
MSNBC.
Reports continue for parts.
Medical breakthrough is...
A U.S. military investigation into the shooting death of an Italian intelligence officer in Iraq has found that the soldiers who shot that Italian officer did nothing wrong, that there was no wrongdoing. They will not be disciplined. That according to an Army official. U.S. troops, you might remember, fatally shot the Italian intelligence officer in Iraq when they opened fire on his car. It was headed for Baghdad airport. He was escorting that Italian journalist, Giuliana Segrena, who had just been released from her kidnapping. She had been a hostage there. But now the latest information coming into us that a military investigation has cleared the soldiers who shot him of wrongdoing. Now, Italy, in the meantime, disagrees with that. They disagree with the finding, and they may not endorse that report. Allison?
Contested the high-profile kidnappings of Jessica Lunsford and Sarah Lundy, allegedly by sex offenders in Florida, have prompted the city of Miami Beach to propose some drastic measures, trying to prevent a similar tragedy there. Earlier, I spoke with David Dermer, the mayor of Miami Beach, about the proposed restrictions.
What we are intending to do is to take the 1,000-foot limit that currently exists in state law between any public school, park, public school bus stop, and place where children congregate from the living quarters of sexual offenders and extend that to 2,500 feet. We believe this is a necessary ordinance for our city to protect the children in our city due to the nature of this particular crime.
Well, why does Miami Beach need 2.5 times the size, the distance, than the rest of the state of Florida?
Well, we're a very small, densely populated city. We're only about 7.5 miles long. And the issue is that in this particular crime, you have a very high recidivism rate, meaning the likelihood that the criminal will strike again is extremely high. You have a stalking nature of this crime, where there is a planning for the perpetrator to go after the victim. And when you combine that, you want to get these people as far away as possible. Also, there's significant evidence to suggest that the perpetrators have lived close by to the victims. So I think it's imperative that we do this, and frankly, under state law in the state of Florida currently, adult bookstore establishments have to be 2,500 feet away from schools. So certainly there is a greater, stronger argument to make that when it comes to these ticking time bombs in our community, we should have a larger distance between our children and where these registered sex offenders live.
What if a neighboring community did the same thing and pushed sex offenders into your area if they decided to have the same kind of rules?
Well, as I said, our city, I believe, is unique. We have the median age of our city is 39. We have a lot of children in our city. And frankly, I was elected to be mayor of Miami Beach. And I will do everything I can that is in my power to be able to protect the children of our community.
Well, what if a sex offender is living in the community now, has bought a home, has tried to go forward with his or her life? Would they be required to move?
Well, we're going to look at how we enforce that law specifically as to those that are renters, also as to those that are fee simple title owners. But as I said before, the focus of this is to protect the victim. And in this particular kind of crime, it's a very, very unique situation where you have a high recidivism rate, meaning that you're not going to be able to cure these people. This is a societal problem. And for us to put these, once again, ticking time bombs close to where our children live and play, with the nature of this crime and the modus operandi of it, I think is just wrong. I think that it's imperative we do this. If other communities are interested, it has generated quite a bit of interest, I know, around our state and recently nationally. We're happy to be of assistance and disclose to everybody exactly what we're doing here. I think local communities need to come together and stand up on this particular issue and do everything they can. The state legislature's job is to be able to pass statutes that ensure the protection of the public when it comes to people staying in prison for a long time for this. If they do get out, then it's local communities' problem to make sure they're zoned, and it's another tool for our local police to be able to protect our community.
A vote on this measure is expected sometime in the next month. Now, all this week at 10 p.m. Eastern on Scarborough Country, how can we keep kids safe from sexual predators? That's what Joe is asking. He's taking your outrage straight to Capitol Hill to see what's being done and what should be done better. A Scarborough Country campaign with one purpose, keeping kids safe. Starting tonight at 10 Eastern, only on MSNBC.
The mother of a 5-year-old handcuffed by police is planning legal action. Police were called to Fairmount Park Elementary School in St. Petersburg, Florida, after the girl reportedly threw a temper tantrum that teachers couldn't control. A video camera, which was rolling as part of a classroom exercise that day, shows the girl tearing papers off a bulletin board, climbing on a table. There she's hitting the assistant principal and just in general misbehaving. We ask you, though, did the police go too far when they came in and handcuffed the 5-year-old? Email your responses to question@msnbc.com. Here's what Ajani writes. Those school officials should have handled the situation differently. Tantrums are expected to be thrown, and the teacher should have diffused the situation. I don't see the point in traumatizing a 5-year-old. But Christina writes, I think that if more police responded this way, then maybe our children would learn some respect for adults. Maybe this will curb out-of-control children that parents can't handle. Checking our website, 54% of you say yes, the police went too far when they handcuffed that child. 46% disagree. Keep those emails coming to question@msnbc.com. Scandal in Connecticut after a high school drum major was stripped of his title, suspended, and barred from extracurricular activities thanks to an online blog. Those disturbing details next.
Open the windows. Clear the air. It's time to shed some light on energy. It isn't a dark science. Energy is the power to generate brilliant solutions for your business. Energy is constellation energy. And we are ready to show you some very real results.
Hey, congrats, Harold. I hear they're sending you to L.A. for the negotiations. Why him? Because he can convince anybody of anything. That's not true. No, that's not true. He's right. It's not true at all. I don't know what I said. Actually, I was being modest. It is true. Yeah, right. He's right. That is true. Yeah. Right. Hey, can you give me some papaya? Sure. Yeah. Coming right up.
They chose you for a reason, and you chose Embassy Suites for a reason, like our spacious 2 rooms. Embassy Suites Hotels.
They're so little. It's amazing that he's even still alive.
You care about your dog so much, you go every day and you care for your dog.
That's why I'm here. I'm the voice of the animals.
If we hadn't have been out here today, this little guy would be dead in a day or 2.
Really lucky puppy, so it's a happy day for them.
Weight Watchers. Watch yourself change.
Hard Times. Home of the best rock videos on television. All of your favorite rock videos in one place. If you listen to rock radio, Hard Times is required viewing. If you're not watching, you're missing out. Experience Hard Times for yourself.
Ron Reagan and Monica Crowley on the one new show with this many ways for your voice to be heard. Connected coast to coast. Next on MSNBC.
How can working with the right financial advisor answer the question, will I be able to?
Will I be able to send my daughter to grad school?
Leave an estate for my kids.
Take a Mediterranean cruise?
Will I be able to build a cabin in the mountains?
Will I be able to retire without being a burden?
take the family to the Serengeti. Will I be able to call you in 6 months and change my mind? At Wachovia Securities, our financial advisors start with your life and plan your money around it. Talk to us.
Technology Business Report is brought to you by Wachovia Securities.
In your business technology report today, Microsoft, a co-partner in MSNBC, unveiled the latest security plan for its next operating system, a silicone chip with security features built right in. Microsoft Chairman Bill Gates says the feature will help prevent outside users from accessing sensitive files. The feature was unveiled today at the annual Windows Hardware Engineering Conference in San Jose, California. And a shift for Google in how advertisements are displayed on its pages. Google will introduce animated ads on the side of its web pages when users conduct a search. Advertisers will also now be able to choose on which web pages their ads appear. It's all part of an effort to continue Google's lead in web search advertising by making it more focused on users. For more technology news, log on to our website at tech.msnbc.com.
A little bit of local news with bigger implications. A Connecticut high school student was given an in-school suspension and barred from extracurricular activities for the remainder of the year for an entry he made on an online blog. Those are those weblogs. An ACLU lawyer representing Daniel Gostin described his posting as a typical teenage rant over the cancellation of several band activities at school. However, New Britain police have launched an investigation following an earlier, more threatening entry on the website that promises a homicidal spree, presumably targeting fellow band members. George Washington University law professor Jonathan Turley joins us from Washington to talk a little bit more about this. Thanks for being with us, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Can a school legally discipline a student for something that they have done outside of school grounds? Let's just start there with the base.
Well, they can, but under very limited circumstances. The school normally needs to show some clear threat to the school or its operations. So a school is not required to ignore a threat to commit violence in the school. They're obviously allowed to respond to that. But when the student engages in activities that they simply don't like, that is not a threat, then they have very little legitimate role, and that includes the exercise of free speech on the internet.
I wanted to ask you that. Is speech under a different heading than activities in terms of what you do off of school campus?
Well, it can be. You know, the question of what constitutes threatening speech is a line that sometimes is rather blurred. But you need a fairly direct threat. You need a student outside the school to say that they want to commit some type of violent act or crime. If the student is simply ranting, complaining about the school, even saying embarrassing things, those are normally protected. It's when you're within the school that the student's rights take a significant diminishment. Schools can, for example, censor school papers. They can control what speech occurs within the school.
Well, let's talk about the fact that this activity happened on the internet. What role does that play? This is not just some kid standing on the corner yelling about this.
Well, you know, the internet is the new sort of virtual corner. I mean, the Supreme Court has protected the internet as an important new device of free speech. You know, there have been a lot of complaints that free speech has taken some real hits in the last 20 years, but the one area where the court has really extended protections is the internet. It seems to like this device in which people can communicate with a large number of other citizens. And here, I think the student, unless they can show that he made that earlier threat, that he engaged in some threatening conduct, is clearly protected in what he said.
You've given us some great information, some good food for thought. George Washington University law professor Jonathan Turley, thank you so much.
Coming up at the top of the hour, connected coast to coast with Ron Reagan and Monica Crowley.
It may be the loudest group right now, but are some politicians giving the religious right more credit than it's due? Let the debate begin. Next.
Hardball with Chris Matthews, tonight at 7 on MSNBC.
On the satellite loop, most of the action in the middle of the country, where we have another frontal system working its way eastward, generating showers and thunderstorms. Here's the AccuWeather forecast for the rest of the day. Good travel weather in Boston. Charlotte will be dry. However, there will be some showers in Kansas City. Also moving into St. Louis for the evening hours. Showers and thunderstorms around Dallas.
Twist,
just to know there's someone you can always count on. This is a great day. Nobody sells more real estate than Remax.
Our top story in 1 minute.
Today, a soldier sees a snapshot of the terrain. A pilot, an image of the airspace. The commander, a view of the mission. But they're all part of a bigger picture. That's why Boeing is helping create a remarkable network to gather and analyze data from every source, then deliver the right information instantly. So the bigger picture is a safer world. Boeing, forever new frontiers.
Danielle, can you find another place for your backpack?
Unlimited online bill paying. Free from Bank of America.
Right there.
Higher standards. This week, what's being done to keep our kids safe from sexual predators? A Scarborough Country campaign. All this week at 10, only on MSNBC.
In the news at this hour, the president urges the Saudi crown prince to bring down gas prices. The judge in the Michael Jackson case rules that Jackson's ex-wife can testify against him. And the death toll from that commuter train accident in Japan rises to at least 57.
And here are the stories you're checking out across the internet. The debate over religion and politics tied to Justice Sunday. Hybrid car sales jump 81% in 1 year. And turn on or tune out as TV turn-off week begins today.
Those topics and you. Email, text, or blog your way onto the one show with this many ways for your voice to be heard. Now, Monica Crowley live from MSNBC World Headquarters and Ron Reagan live from MSNBC.com headquarters in Seattle.
A big reason, maybe even the reason, that George W. Bush is a second-term president is the support he has among Christian conservatives. They turned out in record numbers to vote for the president and to vote against issues they viewed as assaults on their values.
That may be true, but some politicians may be giving the religious right more credit than they're actually due.
Senate Majority Leader Bill Frist is feeling the heat today over a weekend appearance. Yesterday, Frist combined church and state by appearing at a Christian-led rally. He used the occasion to call for an end to a filibuster against President Bush's judicial nominees, a filibuster that some Republicans say is cover for religious bigotry. A potential Republican presidential candidate in 2008, Frist knows he'll need the support of religious conservatives. It was their support that put President Bush over the top in last year's tight presidential election. But recent events show that there are potential dangers in giving too much weight to a political minority. Nowhere was that more evident than with the Terri Schiavo case. Conservative politicians fought alongside Schiavo's parents to keep her alive, but polls indicated that a majority of Americans disagreed with Congress intervening in a private family matter. It's an important reminder that when reading the political landscape, the constituency that is loudest is not always largest.
Well, you know, Monica, as you pointed out earlier today, the religious right, the so-called religious right, evangelical Christians, who Bill Frist was talking to last night, make up a minority in this country and also a minority within the Republican Party, but they do have outsized influence because they vote in great numbers. They're very reliable that way. But, you know, I think we're reaching the point in this country now with this latest rhetoric where let's have their conversation. Let's have a referendum, if we have to find out what the American people think about a minority of Americans having this outsized influence on the government here in imposing their religious views. I'm fine with that because I think most Americans would be uncomfortable with it.
Well, you know what's interesting, Ron, is that we are talking about a very small percentage, not just of the Republican Party, but also of the country when we talk about Christian conservatives. And yet the values that they talk about, traditional family values and so on, seem to resonate with the majority of Americans. So although a majority of Americans may not distinguish themselves as Christian conservatives, a lot of what the Christian conservatives conservatives talk about in terms of social policy and values do resonate with the American public, and that's why you see Republicans in control of the Congress. That's why you see Republicans winning the White House not once but twice in the last 2 election cycles. So it is a broader thing, I think, that's happening in the country, that yes, perhaps the vocal minority in the Christian conservatives are out there agitated and they're talking and they're highly mobilized, but what they're talking about, I think, in a broader sense, has the American people, for the most part, listening and clued in, and they do want it in terms of influence on public policy.
Well, just because I disagree with you, though, don't accuse me of religious bigotry, and that's what's going on.
I would never do that, Ron.
No, not you. I mean, I was saying in an abstract. Don't one accuse me of religious bigotry.
That kind of dialogue, Ron, I agree, is wrong on either side. If either side is going to use that kind of language, that's wrong, because you don't want to marginalize people. We, as we try to do on this program, Ron, you and I try to have a national conversation about what is most important in this country, and there's no need for language that marginalizes or makes anybody feel bad about what they believe.
No, absolutely not.
All right, well, we've got 2 great guests to continue this conversation. My guest is John Gizzi. He is White House correspondent and political editor for Human Events, which is the oldest conservative weekly, and he joins us now from Washington.
And my guest from MSNBC headquarters, Jonathan Alter, a senior editor and columnist for Newsweek, which may not be the oldest anything. I'm not sure. He's also an NBC News analyst. Welcome to you both. And Jonathan, where do you think the country as a whole sits on this question of the influence of the religious right? Do you think we learned anything from the Shivo case, for instance, in that regard?
I think we do. We did learn a lot from the Shivo case, particularly the polls that were taken that found that between 70 and 75% of the American public wanted Congress to butt out. They just didn't think, whatever their own religious beliefs, and this is a very religious country, that it was any of Congress's business to get involved in these end-of-life decisions. And that was a real wake-up call that it is possible to go too far in intruding religion into politics, and there can be a backlash. And I think we're now starting to understand that might condition our politics moving forward.
And you think we're getting to that jump the shark moment now?
I think we might be. Bill Frist has not had a good month. This is not going well for him, except if you think that he's going to win what they call the Karl Rove primary, get Karl Rove to work on his 2008 campaign, because he's cozying up to the right. But he doesn't seem to be threading the needle very well, and he's essentially leaving sort of everybody unhappy and moving out of that mainstream of the Republican Party where he needs to be in order to be the next president.
John Gizzi, Ron raised the question of the Terry Shivo case, and when I look at how the Republicans responded, how else were they supposed to respond? They are the pro-life party. If they had sat and said nothing or went along with the idea that Terry Shivo should be allowed to die, well, then all heck would have broken loose, I think, within the Republican Party. So I do think that they did the right thing in taking a stand here. Do you agree that the Terry Shivo case was sort of a critical moment in the life of this country in terms of how we talk about social issues and values?
It certainly was a defining moment, Monica, and I might add to those who say it was none of Congress's business or Congress had no right to intervene in a matter, I'm not going to say whether it was right or wrong. I'm going to say that respectfully, people should simply read Article 3 of the Constitution, which does give Congress the right to intervene in cases such as this.
But, John, do you think it was a good idea? I mean, 75, as Jonathan pointed out, 75% of the American public thought that's just a bad idea and didn't like what they were hearing from the Republicans.
One of the beautiful things about this president and this Congress, Ron, is that they are not poll-driven. If 75% of the country believes 2 + 2 is 5, then that doesn't mean Congress should take action and pass legislation to change the addition table.
We're not talking about math here, though, John.
We're talking about polls. And again, I recall when President Bush sounded the clarion call for tax cuts. And these polls that you refer to, Ron, consistently said that people did not want it. And numbers were against tax cuts before we paid the deficit. The president believed, rightfully so, that it would lead to more revenue coming in, and with more money, people would be empowered. And as he put it, I'll support the tax cuts not because the polls say they are favored, but because they're right.
Well, Jonathan Alter, I'd like to bring the conversation back to this idea of cultural battles being fought in this country. Talking about Christian conservatives in this country, a very small percentage of the nation at large, also a relatively small percentage of the Republican Party. How influential do you think they are really?
Well, they're tremendously influential within the Republican Party because President Bush has been pursuing what they call a base strategy, and he's essentially been, kissing up to that part of the party since he first decided to run for president in 1999, and it's worked out very well for him. The theory behind it, that even if it's a small group, it's a swing group, and if you can create an intensity there, you can drive turnout and win in a close election. That theory was borne out. So they're very influential within the Republican Party. Their influence in the United States as a whole is what's at issue here, and this is why I hope that we're going to have this next election, the 2006 midterms, as a referendum, as Ron mentioned, on, this is why I want Tom DeLay to stay unless he's indicted, is that he's a good symbol of that path for America into the future. Do the American people want to pursue that path, which essentially erases the separation between church and state? I don't think that's an oversimplification of Mr. DeLay's views and the views of a number of others in this debate, and changes the sort of balance of power between the branches of government by allowing the Congress to defund parts of the judicial branch that they don't like, which again is a quotation from Tom DeLay. He believes that the Constitution entitles them to do that, which it does. Congress can defund the judiciary, but is that a good idea to do that in the name of some religious idea? Is that consistent with what our founders wanted? I don't think so.
But Jonathan,
if I may say something, Monica.
Okay, go ahead, quickly.
I wonder if this were 1937 and Franklin Roosevelt made his attempt to enlarge the Supreme Court because he didn't like his decisions, what Jonathan would say about that.
Oh, I'm actually writing a book now about Franklin Roosevelt, so I'm glad you mentioned that. It gave me a chance to plug the book quickly. No, that was a terrible idea by FDR, and even most people in his own party opposed it. The first witness against the court-packing scheme was Raymond Moley, who had been Franklin Roosevelt's Karl Rove in 1932. So everybody pretty much within, those who cared about the Constitution believed that what Roosevelt did in 1937 was wrong, and I think they should take that same approach now to trying to muscle the judiciary. It's really not a very American kind of thing to do if you look back over the history of this country, where an independent judiciary with life tenure, unless they are corrupt, has been the norm.
All right, gentlemen, please stand by because our conversation will continue in just a moment on the other side of the break. And of course, you can join in. Just go to our website at connected.msnbc.com. Stick around.
Values voters. Who are they and what some politicians are willing to do to get their attention? A Hardball special report tonight at 7 only on MSNBC.
Ready now. We're entering the cortex of the brain.
That's the site of the injury.
If we can relieve the pressure on a few key vessels, Doctor, we've got to get back to the ship.
What? GE Healthcare, allowing doctors to navigate the brain with a precision that until today was pure science fiction.
You just said we had to get back to the ship.
I did?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you did. GE, imagination at work.
It's allergy season, Mole. Time to choose an allergy medicine.
Pick one of those. You could be suffering again in 6 hours.
Oh no, Allegra 180!
It lasts 4 times longer.
Why would I even consider those others?
One dose of most OTC allergy medicines may not last as long as you want, but just one Allegra 180 lasts up to 4 times longer than one dose of most OTC allergy medicines. Long-lasting Allegra is still working. For people 12 and over, side effects are low and may include headache, cold, or backache.
Allegra works around the clock.
Long-lasting Allegra. The relief goes on.
She turned around and left the cave, and I'm standing there by the pool of water alone, like I am in all of my dreams. And it just brought up a whole bunch of issues that...
Piór, nie ma atramentu.
What?
I wtedy możemy zacząć dopiero pracować.
Using a broker you can't understand doesn't make much sense either. That's why Edward Jones speaks in a language you can understand, so financial decisions get the attention they deserve. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Race-inspired handling.
responsive acceleration, and a four-wheel independent suspension are all things you expect from Honda. What you don't expect is all that in a truck. A truck with a 255 horsepower engine and four-wheel drive. The new half-ton Ridgeline. Above all, it's a Honda.
What you wish you could do in real life, now you can do at the all-new, completely redesigned VHIX.com. The all-new VHIX.com. Roadmap to the automotive world.
Oregon business owners hire people like me to show them how they can increase their productivity, cut costs, and improve their profit. The first thing I recommend is to stop paying for overpriced help wanted ads in the local paper. Business owners can save hundreds of dollars on each ad simply by switching to an online job posting site like PortlandJobFinder.com. Today, people are using the internet to find a better job, not old-fashioned classifieds.
Post a job, find a job at PortlandJobFinder.com.
Lots being said by email about religion's role in politics. Connie writes, God does not choose sides. You do not need to show that you believe in God. You do not need to shout it from the rooftops, that is. You show it in your actions.
And Bonnie from Ventura, Florida writes, let me get this straight. It's okay for any Hollywood airhead to use the pulpit of his or her fame to try to influence the course of this country, but clerics have no right to meddle in politics? All right, getting back to this whole idea of religion and politics, we want to welcome back Jonathan Alter and John Gizzi. John, the idea that the Christian right or Christian conservatives are so influential in this country, they are very vocal. They are a highly mobilized group. They let their points of view certainly be known. But also when push comes to shove, I'm interested in the politics of this because highly mobilized groups, whether it's on the right, as we're talking about, or on the left, they don't stay home, right, on Election Day, and they also don't go anywhere. There shouldn't be a fear that suddenly the Christian right is going to stay home in a highly contested election. Am I wrong?
I don't think it should be something to be afraid of or concerned about. I'm old enough, certainly, to remember that when clergymen and people of faith were involved in politics, it was on the side of civil rights, a very noble cause. The Reverend Martin Luther King, the Reverend Adam Clayton Powell, pastor of the Abyssinian Baptist Church, and the Southern Christian Leadership Coalition were all considered noble soldiers in a very noble cause. I would just respectfully ask, what is the difference now to those who would enter in on the side of traditional values?
Well, John, I think I can pick up on that, and I want to ask you a question about that. I don't care if Bill Frist speaks at a church or anywhere else for that matter. It's not where he's doing this, it's what he's saying. He and these other people who are involved in this Justice Sunday are suggesting that if you disagree with them on various issues, the filibuster being the one that they were talking about the most, of course, that you're somehow anti-religious. Well, that's not something we heard from people back during the Civil Rights era. That wasn't the kind of rhetoric we heard then.
And
maybe that's the difference.
And that's not something, Ron, that Bill Frist said. If you
he signed on to that. You saw the website. He used that language. Oh, yes, he did. Come on, John. Oh, yes, he did.
Ron, with all respect, his remarks were no different from things that he has said on the Senate floor and in interview programs such as this. He was giving a talk on a very secular subject, which is obstruction in the Senate. And I might add that speaking on issues like this before a religious audience is an old American tradition. One of your father's greatest speeches was about the evil empire. It was a beacon of hope to people, and he said it before a conference of evangelical Christians.
Since you brought up my father, I have to jump here and say my father never accused his political opponents of being anti-religious simply because they disagreed with him, and that's what many of these people last night, you're absolutely right about Mr. Frist and what he said specifically, but many of these people were making that point, and it was on their website. It's in print there.
but not Bill Frist.
Well, he signed on to their agenda, obviously.
All right, let me turn to Jonathan Alter. I think back to the 1960 presidential election, Richard Nixon versus John F. Kennedy, and the Reverend Billy Graham came to Vice President Nixon and said, I agree with you, I want to endorse you publicly. And Nixon turned to him and said, as much as that would help me, Reverend Graham, I'm going to ask you not to do that for this very reason. Your job is to save souls, my job is to change governments. Do you think that that Nixon model is the one that we should have going forward?
I do. This is what the founders believed. If you look at what they, most of them were deists, and what they wrote about religion, many of them were strong believers. But if you look at the writings at the time of the founding of the Republic, they are very clearly in that camp. And in that same election, John F. Kennedy went to Houston and gave a very important speech to Protestant clergy, essentially saying there should be an absolute separation between church and state. He was trying to reassure them that he would not be taking orders from the Vatican because he was the first Catholic elected president. But his larger point, which nowadays I think would subject him to tremendous criticism as being atheistic or something, when he wasn't an atheist, he just believed that there was not a place for that within our politics. Does that mean, as the person who wrote a letter to MSNBC said, that clerics don't have the right to express their political views? Absolutely not. They have as much right as anybody else to express their political views. And a certain moral imperative to politics, as John mentioned, has been part of the civil rights movement and has been involved in our political system for a long time. But that's quite different from saying that God wants you to take a position on the filibuster, which is, as Senator Durbin has said, that's essentially the Republican position, that if you're against them on the filibuster, you're against people of faith and judges of faith. And somehow we've gotten to a point where the intrusion of religion into politics has crossed a line. And I think what you see in the last few days is people like Bill Frist scampering, backpedaling, trying to get out of the way because they realize they've gone too far.
Jonathan, what about the other party? I know that when Bill Clinton was running for president, even when he was governor of Arkansas, and then after he became president, he spent a lot of time in Southern Baptist churches talking about his policies. What's wrong with politicians on either side bringing their policy positions, trying to make an argument to their core constituencies?
Absolutely nothing wrong with that at all. And that has been, campaigning in churches goes way back in American politics. And as I mentioned, you know, John F. Kennedy was talking to Protestant clergy, but the point that he was making is that when you govern, as Nixon said, you do not want to be governing as if you have some sort of a theocratic advantage. We do not live in a theocracy. We live in a nation of believers, but that's quite different from a system of theocracy. So it might seem like a fine line, but I think it's a little bit like what Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart said about pornography. He said, you know it when you see it. I think the American people now know, they see that a line is being crossed here, and they're sending a message through the polling system that they want politicians to back off.
Well, Jonathan Alter, John Gizzi, I want to thank you both for stopping by, sharing your thoughts. Appreciate it very much. Our coverage of the fight over filibusters continues on our website. Go to politics.msnbc.com for the latest news and analysis. You'll also find an interactive showing the ways in which senators of both parties have delayed and in some cases killed judicial nominations. You're watching Connected on MSNBC.
You're watching the only show with this many ways to have your voice heard. Connected Coast to Coast with Monica Crowley and Ron Reagan on MSNBC.
Let's hope this Brian guy is not a jerk.
His name's not Brian.
It's not? What is it, Bob?
No.
I know it starts with a B, right? Ben?
No.
I said Bill, right?
Yeah.
Is it Bill?
No.
Brady?
No.
Blake?
No.
Have a nice flight, and go easy on Stephen.
Steve, I know it.
Whatever.
We know why you fly. We're American Airlines. Now get lower fares with no Saturday night stay required. Visit AA.com for details.
4 for the 7:30 show. Senior discount?
There you stand, somewhere between saving for retirement and living it. Are you ready for this? Now you can be. See your State Farm agent and plan your financial future with the company you trust. We live where you live.
Just how much is that discount?
Imagine a best-selling minivan, now at a 5-star crash safety rating, and give it a longer powertrain warranty. Back it with 5 years roadside assistance and price it right. What would you have? The Kia Sedona. It's not only a better value, it's a smarter buy. Get a 2005 Sedona for $18,120 after $3,000 cash back. Hurry, offer ends soon.
In the future, everyone will protect their eyes from sun damage like they protect their skin. Transitions lenses. They automatically adjust to changing light and block harmful UV rays and glare. So don't wait until tomorrow. The danger is here today, and so is the protection. Ask your eye care professional about Transitions lenses. Transitions. Healthy sight in every light.
You've already achieved the American dream. But are there any more dreams in the family? Call or log on to ditech.com. Right now, homeowners can get a low fixed-rate home equity loan with a flat fee of just $49 and can borrow up to 100% of their home's value. You're not dreaming. With ditech.com, it's that easy. Call us today at 1-800-DITECH-1 or visit us at ditech.com. Ditech.com. We give credit to your dream.
The HP Blade System server powered by Intel Xeon processors. Consolidation made easy.
Religion and politics and how they're mixing these days. It's an issue that has many of you going to our website to send us email. Michael from Arlington, Virginia says, as a Catholic, I have never forced my religious views on anyone out of respect for all other religions. However, every day it appears it's okay for the religious right to assault the American public with misinformation to achieve their radical agenda.
But Joan from Hopkins, Michigan says this: we Christians have kept our mouths shut for too long. We should have been voicing our opinions more strongly before now. Well, Justice Sunday and the debate over religion and politics has the bloggers buzzing. Here to tell us what the bloggers are saying about this and other hot topics on the blogs is criminal defense attorney and blogger Geraldine Merritt. Geraldine blogs at talkleft.com. Hi, Geraldine. What's happening on the blogs today?
Monica, it's been a busy Monday on the blogs. A lot of the talk is about the nuclear option, as you've been covering all day. One of the bloggers, Neil Boortz, comes out and makes the suggestion that the reason that the Democrats want to retain the filibuster is because they can't get any of their legislative initiatives passed through Congress, so therefore they go to activist judges. On the other hand, you have Chris Bowers at MyDD. He's talking about a conference call that several of us bloggers had this morning with Senator Harry Reid, and he dispels the myth that the Democrats are going to shut down the Senate if they don't get their way on the nuclear option. He points out that the Democrats are just going to be pushing their own legislation instead of granting deference to the Republicans. On a much lighter note, the bloggers are talking about Arianna Huffington today and the fact that she is going to start the Huffington Report, which has 250 of the most creative minds, as Arianna puts it, that's going to blog on their own. Several of the bloggers around are skeptical of this. Dr. Stephen Taylor of Polyblog wonders how long it's going to be until the bloggers, celebrity bloggers, lose interest. On the other hand, and House asks, well, how do we really know it's going to be the celebrity that's doing the blogging as opposed to an assistant or a PR person? And I also actually weigh in on that on Talk Left and ask, I wonder if any of these celebrity bloggers are going to admit blogging in their pajamas. On another note, also light, Kevin Drum of Political Animal, which is WashingtonMonthly.com, talks about a recent study of workers in Britain in which it was found that workers lose more IQ from reading email and doing their tasks during the day than they do from smoking marijuana. That's pretty unusual finding. And that's what the blogs are talking about today, Monica.
Geraldine, are you going to admit to losing IQ points from blogging instead of smoking pot?
You know, I wouldn't be surprised. All this multitasking takes its toll.
I bet it does. Well, thanks, Geraldine. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Up next, North Korea raises the stakes with another major step toward nuclear weapons. And remember, you can join in on the discussion on connected.msnbc.com. We're coming right back.
Tonight, how Senator Bill Frist's attempt to ban filibusters could change the balance of power in Washington. Countdown, tonight at 8 on MSNBC.
We hope you can join us tonight for NBC Nightly News on your local NBC station. Coming up this evening, the big news setback for General Motors after a $1 billion loss. Now it's a recall. Also, what you can do to protect yourself from identity theft. That and more tonight on NBC Nightly News on your local NBC station. We'll look for you then.
Saving for college teach us about financial decisions.
Honey, can we fly this year?
Nope. College fund.
Hey, guess what? I got a bonus.
This is great.
College fund.
Yeah.
I got the scholarship.
Plan B.
Wherever you are financially, we're right there with you. Talk to a Wachovia advisor today.
Adaptive headlights, designed to anticipate what lies ahead. Unsurpassed 335 horsepower, designed to leave all others behind. The luxury sedan, designed to outperform. Introducing the all-new M from Infiniti.
Let Empire Glass replace your cracked windshield, and we'll give you 24 free dinners to Sherry's Restaurants, where you'll enjoy great food and delicious pies all day, every day. And we offer free mobile service to your home or office. So for the highest quality windshields and 24 free dinners to Sherry's, call Empire Glass today at 503-251-9881. And remember, when you think glass, think Empire.
Comcast high-speed internet has always been fast.
Just let me download this big old file.
But it's not just speed.
Okay.
It's what you do with it.
Whoa. Look at one more.
And now that we're raising ours to 4 megs, photos and music download faster than ever.
Last one, I promise.
And features like photo show and video mail work even better. Because no one likes to wait. Comcast, America's #1 high-speed internet provider. Still for the same low price. Call 1-888-COMCAST today.
The battle over North Korea's nuclear weapons program is heating up again today as South Korea warns its communist neighbor not to conduct nuclear testing. Foreign Minister Ban Ki-moon said North Korea, quote, cannot have its future guaranteed if it makes good on its test threats. The diplomatic stakes have been raised ever since North Korea shut down its main nuclear reactor, possibly to collect spent fuel rods and weapons-grade plutonium from that facility. And after 2 years of unsuccessful six-party talks, it now appears that the United States may be entertaining other options. According to today's New York Times, the Bush administration is, quote, debating a plan to seek a United Nations resolution empowering all nations to intercept shipments in or out of the country that may contain nuclear materials or components. The report cites senior administration officials and diplomats who have reportedly been briefed on that proposal. The North, meanwhile, has responded, a spokesman telling the Associated Press today, quote, we're fully ready to cope with everything in a do-or-die spirit and have already prepared all countermeasures against the sanctions. Well, Ron, yet another very thorny foreign policy issue on the president's plate. Based on our intelligence, we believe that the North Koreans have at least one operational nuclear weapon, probably more. So it seems that whether or not they decide to test a nuclear weapon, it seems that the horse is already out of the barn on North Korea. The difficulty is that there are no really good military options options to deal with this nuclear threat. So what the administration is sort of floating now is a de facto embargo against North Korea, so that if they try to import and or export nuclear technology, we will be able to intercept it. The other part of the argument is China, too, which has long supported North Korea. We need to do a better job, I think, of leaning on China to deal with the North Koreans.
Yeah, and that's going to be difficult. I mean, North Korea, as we all know, is one of the strangest, most hermetic, potentially dangerous countries on Earth. This presentation that they're giving, that they're going to have a nuclear test, though, may actually have a silver lining of sorts. And I'll want to ask our guest, who's here to talk to us about this. I mean, if they test a nuclear weapon, it seems to me that at least we then have some basis to judge their capabilities. If they don't test one, we may conclude that maybe they don't really have nukes after all, because there's been some discussion about that. They may just be bluffing here, but we don't really know. If they test one and we see it go off, well, now we will know.
Well, you raise a really good point, Ron, especially coming on the heels of the intelligence debacle leading into the Iraq war. How reliable is our intelligence, not just in a totally closed society like North Korea, but also Iran and some of the other countries we suspect may be trying to develop nuclear weapons?
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. Joining us now from Washington, D.C. is Joel Witt, a senior fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Joel was also the coordinator for the 1994 U.S.-North Korea Agreed Framework and was responsible for U.S. policy related to the implementation of that agreement. Welcome to you, Joel. Appreciate you dropping by.
Thanks for having me.
Well, what did you think about my sort of amateur point that I made about if North Korea actually goes through with a test, we'll be better able to judge their actual capabilities?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. There are 2 points there. The first point you've just made, that we can judge their capabilities better. But the second point is that if we know they've conducted a nuclear test and the other countries around them know that they've conducted a nuclear test, it's going to help the United States build the necessary multilateral coalition to take tough measures against North Korea, and that's a coalition we haven't had up until today.
Joel, we do know that our intelligence is sort of sketchy on this just because North Korea is such an incredibly closed society. But the consensus seems to be that North Korea may have at least one, perhaps more, operational nuclear weapons. What do you believe?
Well, you're right. The intelligence is sketchy, but we do know a couple of things. We know that North Korea has working on nuclear weapons for almost 4 decades. We know that Kim Il-sung asked Mao Zedong in the 1960s for help in building nuclear weapons. We also know that North Korea has this nuclear material, the plutonium, that it can use to build nuclear weapons. We didn't know that about Iraq, but we're certain about that with North Korea. So the only step left for North Korea is, can it build an actual bomb? And I think the consensus is that after all these years, they probably can build a bomb. And if they set off a test, of course, then we'll know for sure.
Well, Joel, let's assume they do go ahead and set off a test. What about Kim Jong-il himself? Is he a crazy person, or is he somebody who's actually coolly calculating? And how does the answer to that question affect our response?
Well, you know, there's this myth that Kim Jong-il is crazy, and he really isn't crazy. He's a very smart, calculating guy, and that's why I'm kind of skeptical that they'll set off a test, because I think a test can really hurt them for the reason I mentioned earlier, that it will force everyone to unite against North Korea, including the Chinese, and it will make it much easier for us to get sanctions at the United Nations. So I'm very skeptical about whether they'll test, and we've had false alarms in the past about whether they'll test. So, you know, I'm willing to predict here that they probably won't test.
You know, Joel, you raised the issue of China, and China has long been a sponsor of the North Koreans, and we do know that that China has been propping up the North Korean regime by fuel shipments and so on. The Chinese claim that they want to get on board and pressure the North Koreans to quit their nuclear program, but the Chinese have done everything they can possibly to prop up this regime. What do you think the Chinese incentive is right now to get the North Koreans to stop? And should this administration be leaning on China more strongly?
Well, you know, there's something most Americans don't understand because we don't live in that neighborhood, and that is for every country that surrounds North Korea, there's an even bigger nightmare than North Korea having nuclear weapons. And that's kind of hard to understand, but the bigger nightmare is that the North Korean government will collapse. And a collapse of North Korea will create a humanitarian crisis, an economic crisis, a security crisis, the likes of which we really haven't seen in a long time. So that's why the Chinese have been very careful about how they approach this issue. The key to getting Chinese support, and we really haven't deployed this yet, is the United States needs to sit down and make the North Koreans a reasonable offer at the six-party talks, which now have, of course, are adjourned. But we need to make them a reasonable offer, and we need everyone to see that we want a negotiated solution. And if the North Koreans say no, then we can move on to tougher
But
measures.
Joel, isn't that tantamount to buying them off or rewarding them for violating the 94 agreed framework that you worked on?
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, it is tantamount to buying them off. But you yourself mentioned earlier that there are no good options here. The military option is not good. We could launch a preemptive attack, but it might trigger a second Korean War. The economic sanctions option is no good because it's really probably not going to have much of an effect on them. And so we're left with no good choices. And from my viewpoint, if we can sit at the table and at least try to contain this problem, try to keep their nuclear weapons program from growing, then that's probably the best we can do at this point.
Joel, we occasionally like to toss an email into the mix here. This one's from Jean in Canada. She reminds us about what happened in Iraq. You must be joking. People are supposed to trust the intelligence. Been there, done that. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Do we have much intelligence capability at all in North Korea?
Well, I couldn't agree with the email more, because when I was in the State Department, I don't know if people remember, there were reports in the late 90s about a secret nuclear facility in North Korea. And I was sent to inspect this facility. But the problem was we got into the underground part of the mountain. There was nothing there. So our intelligence is not perfect. There are lots of problems with it. But there are certain things we do know about North Korea. And those things are much more definite than what we knew about Iraq.
All right, Joel Witt, thank you so much for your time and expertise today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And up next, a story we'd rather you didn't see, but if you must, we'll tell you about the effort to get Americans to turn off their televisions. And remember to send us your thoughts by email. Just go to our website at connected.msnbc.com. We'll be right back.
How do ExxonMobil refineries save energy? One way is to capture the heat and steam that would otherwise be wasted and use them. It stops a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, it's like taking 1 million cars off the world's roads every year.
People of Troy, accept this gift from your Greek friends.
A wooden horse. Seems like the kind of thing that a small army could crawl out of at night and lay waste to our entire city. Have a nice day.
Hindsight is easy. It's thinking ahead that's hard. But that's how Liberty Mutual serves our customers and why we're one of the world's leading insurance companies.
That's it. Thank you, everyone.
Really great loan offers.
Remember, no points.
Okay. We'll let you know.
I think we got some pretty good mortgage offers there.
Yeah. Of course, we still need to pick a real estate agent.
Sorry about that, guys.
Now you can find a mortgage and a real estate agent all in one place. At LendingTree.com, you can search for homes, select an agent, and choose a mortgage. Plus, you can get up to a $1,000 gift card to the Home Depot when you close with a real estate agent certified by LendingTree.
This is my footprint.
Your footprint's as unique as your fingerprint.
Everyone's is different. It's like me, unique.
I use them to tap. I like to skip. My feet are not your feet.
Nobody has this footprint but me.
That's why Dr. Scholl's created the new Memory Fit insoles, the only insoles with memory foam. It forms the shape of your and only your foot with every step.
It forms right around your feet. Feels like it was made just for me.
It's very cozy.
Soft. For customized comfort you only get with Memory Fit, see the doctor, Dr. Scholl's.
relationships in life are more important than the one between you and your Michelin tires. Rugged, long-lasting Michelin truck tires. Michelin, a better way forward. Now get a $50 Visa gift card when you buy 4 new Michelin tires. See your Michelin dealer or visit michelinman.com for details.
It's for you. It's for them. It's for 3 days only. It's the 3-day sale at Sears, now through Saturday. Save on our freshest shorts, tanks, and tees, 40 to 50% off. Our most sparkling jewelry, all 40 to 50% off. Upgrade your kitchen. All dishwashers and cooking appliances are on sale. And brighten up your outdoors. All mowers, tractors, Kenmore grills, and patio sets are on sale. 3 days to shop, 3 days to save. The 3-day sale through Saturday. Sears. Good life, great price.
Well, it may not be a question that those of us in the media would like to ask, but here goes. Are Americans spending too much time in front of the television set? A recent study shows that the average American watches over 4 hours of television daily. And in an average American home, the TV is on for 7 hours and 40 minutes every day. Well, our next guest says there are real benefits to turning off the TV, except when it comes to MSNBC.
Of course, naturally, or our show. Frank Vespi is the executive director for the TV Turnoff Network. The group encourages children and adults to watch less television in order to promote healthier lives. His group kicks off its annual TV Turnoff Week today. Frank joins us from Washington, D.C.
And also joining us today from Boston is blogger Bob Sassoni, who blogs for TVSquad.com. Bob recently blogged about this week's New York Times Magazine piece, Watching TV Makes You Smarter. Gentlemen, welcome. Nice to have you.
Thanks for having us.
Frank, so let me begin with you. You are on a noble quest to get people to spend less time in front of the television set, and yet here you are on TV, on our program, talking about this mission that you're on. Isn't TV the best way for you to get your message out?
I don't think it's necessarily the best way, but look, I'm aware that people watch TV. It's not a news flash to us, and you have to talk to people where they're listening, where they're going to pay attention to you. So when this opportunity came up, we decided we would take it and see if we could get our message out to even more people this way.
Frank, I know that there's a lot of dumb stuff on TV, this show, of course, accepted, but is it your point that the actual act of watching TV, no matter what is on, is harmful or deleterious to people, and how is that?
Well, if you look at the numbers, the average school child in this country is going to spend more time this year in front of the TV set than in the classroom. By age 65, we'll have spent about 9 entire years watching television. That level of TV time is simply too much for growing minds, for growing bodies, and for our families. So cutting back is really a way to bring some balance back into our lives.
Bob Sassoni, what do you think? Are we spending way too much time in front of the tube?
I don't think so. I mean, people always talk about how television causes obesity, as if, reading Shakespeare every night in a comfortable chair will give you sculpted abs. I don't really understand why people think that it's television that causes obesity. I don't think people should watch television 24 hours a day, even if it is MSNBC.
But Bob, what about the argument that if you're sitting on the couch as a couch potato reading Shakespeare, that you're engaging your mind, whereas television is a little bit more passive?
Have you walked into a bookstore lately? There's a lot of bad books out there, just like there's a lot of bad television. But just because the first thing you see in a bookstore is Britney Spears, mother's novel or a romance novel or some trashy tabloid type of book, doesn't mean that you don't read books. There's a lot of great things on television, and not just news, but dramas, comedies. So I think it really can be, part of a healthy diet.
Frank, what about that? I mean, because there are some good shows, and there are good channels. There are channels devoted to science and nature and things like that. Can't television actually be educational and helpful to children?
Well, we're not fundamentally saying people need to throw the TV out and never watch it again. But what we are suggesting is, the level of TV the kids are watching, over 3 hours a day, plus 2 more hours with other screens, really is unhealthy. We know that that's contributing to obesity and overweight. We know that that undermines reading skills. And we know that it's pulling our families apart. And, kids can watch a little TV, but we could take the TVs out of their rooms. We can put limits on their time. And those things are going to be really healthy for them and really going to help those kids in the long run.
Bob, in this week's New York Times Magazine, there was a very thought-provoking piece, I thought, about whether or not television is actually making us smarter, and that if you watch more TV, depending on what it is, of course, that you will actually be mentally engaged because of 24-hour cable news programs like this one. Also, crime shows, it really gets people thinking and exposed to different areas like crime investigation and so on that they normally wouldn't be exposed to.
Sure.
Are you buying that?
I think so. I mean, the article was by Stephen Johnson in the New York Times Magazine, and he had a lot of good points. The gist of his article was how the multi-episode arcs of shows like Law & Order, ER, dramas of that nature were actually trying to train our minds to think beyond a simple sitcom setup or the very simple basic plots that you see in a lot of comedies and dramas. And I think that also goes into, I think he talked a little bit about video games and how, working with video games, not that people should play video games all the time, but how they can, the cognitive skills can get better, and just overall thinking skills can be better. I mean, I'm all for reading. I just think that everything has a place, and to have a TV turn-off week, I think it's kind of a meaningless and ineffective gesture. Like you said earlier, I think it's really ironic or maybe hypocritical that the spokesperson for TV turn-off week comes on television during TV turn-off week to get his point across. I just find that very interesting.
Frank, we've certainly changed our relationship to television in my lifetime. I remember my parents used to, well, my father used to work in television, of course, and my parents would watch every night after dinner. But they told us kids that we couldn't watch before 5 o'clock in the afternoon at all. In fact, they used to joke that we didn't know television existed during the day. We thought it, sort of emerged at 5 p.m. there. And I hear now, 7 hours and 40 minutes, the average house has the television on. What, are people actually watching it, or is it just background noise?
Well, increasingly it's some of both, and more and more kids have TVs in their rooms. I think the number's about 60% of kids have TVs in their own rooms. The family spends more and more time in front of the TV. I mean, TV is more and more ubiquitous in our society, and all those things are having negative effects, and we can see that in a variety of ways. And I think, what your parents were telling you, what my parents were telling me when I was a kid, was really, you need to have a balanced life. You need to get outside and play. You need to go spend time with other people. You need to learn a lot of different things from a lot of different sources. And that, we hear that less and less, and more there's, kids in front of the TV.
Well, Frank Vesby and Bob Sassoni, thank you both for coming by, sharing your thoughts. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Up next, if you caught our last show, you may have been puzzled by something you saw. The images of President Bush and the Saudi Crown Prince holding hands and not letting go. Wondering why? We'll connect you to the answer when we come back.
When it comes to the biggest legal cases, all the evidence points to one place. The Abrams Report with Dan Abrams. Next, only on MSNBC. Values voters. Who are they and what some politicians are willing to do to get their attention? A Hardball special report, tonight at 7, only on MSNBC.
This Mother's Day, when you want to find her just the perfect gift, it helps to have a stunning selection to choose from. Like this blue topaz necklace and earring set in sterling silver and 14-karat gold, just $99 at Zales.
Behind this grill lies the newest addition to the Denali line from GMC. Introducing the Envoy Denali, with a 5-star side impact safety rating and the most standard horsepower of any mid-size SUV. The new Envoy Denali and Envoy XL Denali by GMC.
Are you a homeowner with substantial debts? Would you like to lower your monthly payments and free up cash for other family needs? Then call or log on to ditech.com and take the Ditech Challenge. We'll guarantee you the lowest rate and fee and help you get cash for any reason, even if your credit is less than perfect. Put us to the test and find out why so many other lenders are saying, lost another loan to Ditech. Log on or call 1-800-80-DITECH.
In nature, a bright, radiant appearance often belongs to the male.
Defy nature. Introducing Olay Radiance Reviver, a long-lasting body lotion with a hint of sunless tanner, giving you a sun-kissed glow.
They're so little. It's amazing that he's even still alive.
You care about your dog so much, you go every day and you care for your dog.
That's why I'm here. I'm the voice of the animals.
If we hadn't have been out here today, this little guy would be dead in a day or two.
Really lucky puppy, so it's a happy day for them.
Weight Watchers. Watch yourself change.
We have loads of puppies just looking for a home.
We've got a steak with your name on it.
Come on down to Bill's Kayak Shop for the adventure.
If you can afford radio advertising, you can afford cable TV. Comcast Spotlight can make it happen. And with Comcast Spotlight, you can target the customers you want to reach. So why settle for
Manja
when you can have?
Put your business on the fast track. Call Comcast Spotlight to find out more about advertising on cable.
During our earlier show, we brought you pictures from the meeting between President Bush and Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Abdullah. They're meeting in Crawford, Texas, to talk about pressing issues like rising oil prices. But it was hard not to notice a different kind of pressing between the two leaders. Now, all the hand-holding might look awkward to us, but we did some checking around and found it's quite normal in the Arab culture. Prolonged touching is a sign of deep respect between Arab men. And Monica, if an Arab male makes no attempt to touch you, that probably means he doesn't like you.
That's good to know, Ron. I'm taking notes for my next trip to Saudi Arabia, just to know that. And by the way, in the Arab world, especially in Saudi Arabia, touching in public between a man and a woman is considered a deep offense.
That's right.
So when we take our show on the road to Saudi Arabia, we got to keep that in mind, Ron. No touching.
No touching.
Well, many of you have been connecting with several of the topics we've been talking about recently. We're continuing to get emails about Jane Fonda after our conversation about her last Thursday. Jane Fonda recently apologized for posing with a North Vietnamese anti-aircraft tank in 1972, but her sentiments weren't exactly received warmly by everybody. Michael from Marinette, Wisconsin, sees it another way. I would never believe Fonda feels regret over what she did. She should be sent back to Vietnam, but I don't think they would take her. They used her for propaganda, and I don't think anyone wants to trade her.
But Mark from Cordova, Alaska, defends Fonda. He writes, I am a Vietnam vet, and I do not feel Jane Fonda is a traitor. She spoke out against an insane war. If I'd been older and wiser, I never would have gone to Vietnam. Jane Fonda was right, and many vets agree. Friday, we talked about the practice of product placement as more viewers tune out during commercials. Brian says, doesn't anyone remember the old FBI show where the good guys and bad all drove Fords, the show's sponsor?
And Don writes, I have a tape of the George Burns and Gracie Allen radio show with Spam and Hormel as the products advertised and woven into the content of the show, many times blatantly. And in our conversation on Friday on saving Star Trek Enterprise, Linda writes, thank you for airing this interview and for handling it in a very respectful way. Star Trek fans deserve better than to be constantly ridiculed. I must say you gained a lot of respect and appreciation in the fan community.
And Bill writes, Star Trek fans usually take it in gentle humor when somebody comments about wearing Vulcan ears. It is greatly appreciated when a respected media outlet gives a voice to not only our efforts, but to all Star Trek fans. Well, you're welcome.
And I love that Star Trek interview we did. That was fantastic.
It was a lot of fun, yes.
Well, we will, of course, have more of your email responses coming up tomorrow at noon Eastern Time. And again, we'd love to hear your thoughts, as we always do. Drop us an email at connected@msnbc.com. Thank you so much for watching, as always. Coming up next, the Abrams Report, covering new developments in the Michael Jackson trial. I'm Monica Crowley.
And I'm Ron Reagan. We'll see you here again tomorrow at noon Eastern, right here on MSNBC. Have a good night and live long and prosper.
May the force be with you, Ron.
Countdown with Keith Olbermann, tonight at 8, only on MSNBC.
frontal system in the middle of the country generating showers and thunderstorms from Minnesota all the way down to Texas and Mississippi. A few rain and snow showers over the northeast. Here's the Yankee weather forecast for Tuesday. Most of the weather-related travel problems will be from the Great Lakes down to the Gulf Coast. It'll be fine in Baltimore. Atlanta could see showers and a thunderstorm, especially by afternoon. New York, partly sunny also in Portland, Oregon.
You have great credit. Shouldn't you get a better rate on your home equity line? At eLoan, you do. We process your loan differently, online. That costs less, so you get a great rate with no lender fees. Apply today at eLoan.com.
He's a computer science professor from Iowa. He's slightly distracted. And this is Take On Orbitz, the game that pits other travel services against Orbitz.com.
Today's contestants need a hotel in Hawaii for under $100 with a golf course. Ready? Go.
Yes.
Hotel reservations.
Yes.
Yes.
Done. Orbitz makes it easy to find the right hotel at a great price.
Next time, Orbitz.
FedEx Ground will get these to Cleveland on Wednesday.
FedEx, aren't they a little pricey?
Ned, you're always wrong.
How am I always wrong?
Okay, let's review. Steely Dan is not one person. We get fringe benefits, not French benefits. James Dean is an actor. Jimmy Dean makes sausage. And you know what, Ned? It's not the Leaning Tower of Pizza.
So FedEx isn't too expensive? We don't get French benefits.
FedEx Ground. Reliability for less than you think.
I was about 17. I started Fry Farms. I sold our first load of pumpkins to a local Walmart. One by one, my brothers came home from college to join me in the business. 10 years later, we're selling millions of cantaloupes, watermelons, and pumpkins that can be found in Walmart stores across the nation. The business that we do with Walmart affects our growers and suppliers in a positive way. As we grow with Walmart, so do these other companies. Walmart has helped build the foundation for a great business. It makes me feel great. I love it.
Introducing Kraft Mayo in the revolutionary new No Mess Big Mouth jar.
So kind of wonderful.
The Big Mouth lets the smooth, creamy taste go where you want it to, not on your hands.
Yeah.
Kraft Mayo. A better jar of mayo.
This week, what's being done to keep our kids safe from sexual predators? A Scarborough Country campaign. All this week at 10, only on MSNBC.
Coming up, why it now seems 9-year-old Jessica Lunsford might be alive if Florida authorities had handled the case properly. The sex offender who confessed to killing Jessica failed to properly register with authorities last year. Florida officials even sent out a letter saying that he was, quote, missing. He could have been arrested, but somehow the local authorities say they never got the message. We get answers from the Florida Attorney General. And Michael Jackson's ex-wife expected to take the stand this week testifying against Jackson. How devastating will she be to his case? Plus, could Martha Stewart be in trouble again? This time for attending a celebrity-filled gala. Does this qualify as work as defined by her rules for house arrest? The program about justice starts now. First up on the docket, it's a rare public official these days who won't say stopping child molesters is my top priority, especially after a case like Jessica Lunsford's, a 9-year-old Citrus County, Florida girl kidnapped in February, later murdered, possibly buried alive with a stuffed animal in her grips, and likely sexually abused. Convicted sex offender John Cooey allegedly confessed his guilt to police, though he's pled not guilty in court. But as legislators are talking tough about new legislation to stop sex offenders, it seems enforcing laws already in the books was really the issue here. In July 2004, Cooey filled out a form notifying Florida officials of his address. We're now learning, however, he doesn't admit he often stays elsewhere at his half-sister's house near Jessica Lunsford's home. And when Cooey failed to fill out a second official form, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement said they informed the Citrus County Sheriff in November that he was missing. The sheriff says, we didn't receive a letter. It was mailed apparently to an old address. An old address? And because Cooey had actually served time for a probation violation last fall and did have an address on record, he was considered a low priority for the detectives assigned to track sex offenders. Remember, the police interviewed Cooey's relatives, possibly while Jessica was still alive with Cooey in the house. They said they just wanted to question him, not arrest him, which it turns out legally they could have, and obviously in retrospect should have done. With me to discuss the Lunsford case, Charlie Crist, Florida's Attorney General. Mr. Attorney General, there are a lot of new laws that are being proposed in Florida with regard to sex offenders. My concern is that the biggest problem is enforcement of the laws that are already on the books rather than proposing a whole bunch of new laws.
Well, you make a very good point, Dan. There's no question about that. I mean, what good is any law if it's not being enforced? But frankly, we do have a problem. I call it a hole that we need to plug in Florida's criminal justice system. We've had some good initiatives that have already come up in this legislative session. The tracking devices that people have heard about, I think that's a good first step. But frankly, I think we need to do the rest of the job in order to make sure that Floridians are safe. And what I mean by that is we got to lock these creeps up. I mean, we've got 34,000 registered sex offenders roaming the streets of Florida right now. And it seems to me that those who have a, not a propensity, but an actual conviction for violence in the past, and then they violate their probation, which all have done in these cases involving Carly Bruscia, Sarah Lundy, whose funeral I just went to Saturday morning, Jessica Lunsford in the Citrus County area of our state, and there were 6 innocent Floridians beaten to death with baseball bats last August in the Daytona Beach area. So in all of those cases, the common thread is that these people who have perpetrated the crimes had already a conviction for violence in the past and then violated probation.
And look, I think...
And we're let to stay out instead of go back to jail.
And I support entirely some of the tougher sentences that are being proposed in Florida. But here's my concern. You mentioned Jessica Lunsford. All right, this guy John Cooey, all right? In July of 2004, we now learn that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement says that they sent a letter to the local authorities there in Citrus County, basically telling them, hey, this guy Cooey, he's a sex offender, his registration papers aren't in order. They could have arrested him. They go and interview him in connection with the Jessica Lunsford case. They don't arrest him. Nothing happens. And you want to know what Gail Tierney said, the Citrus County Sheriff's spokeswoman? Quote, so we are supposed to get these signed by our sexual offenders? We were unaware of this. This is really, really strange. It seems to me that the much bigger problem here is the enforcement of the current laws that are on the books.
Well, as I say, you make a very good point, Dan. I mean, you know, having those laws on the books is all well and good, but if you don't enforce them, it doesn't do anybody any good. And so I think what we need to do is make sure we're enforcing the laws that are on the books in Florida today. But in addition, we do have to take a few more steps in order to make sure that Floridians are even more safe than they are today. You know, it wasn't that long ago in our state when we were #1 in violent crime in America in the mid-90s. I remember at that time we wanted to make sure that criminals were serving more of their sentences because they were only serving about 20%. So we passed a law called STOP. It's an acronym that stands for Stop Turning Out Prisoners. Says that they must serve at least 85%. But that's the kind of thing I think that we need to do to make Floridians more safe.
You talk about these electronic tethers, and they sound like a great idea. Are there going to be people who are going to be watching at all times? Meaning, is the state of Florida going to provide funds so that there are going to be people sitting in front of screens saying, all right, we've got all the sex offenders now. We know where each and every one of them is at this particular time. And are they going to be able to monitor them in a way that can actually prevent crime, or is it just going to help in catching them after the fact?
Well, my concern is what you've just articulated. I do think that there will be a deterrent effect to it, and that's why I think it's a good first step. However, my concern is the same as yours. Are we, with these GPS devices, only going to have a better means to arrest people after they've already committed one of these heinous acts? And that's why I think that at the earlier juncture, when they violate their probation, if we lock them up, we stop it before it happens. And I mean, here's the crime of it. You know, this is the kind of measure that is common sense, it makes sense, and it'll stop crime, but only if we lock them up. Now, we have to allocate a little money to do that. It's $56 million, according to our estimators, but that's out of a $64 billion budget we have in Florida this year. We've got 2 weeks left in the current legislative session in Tallahassee. There's time to get it done. I hope and I pray that it will be done.
I'm just concerned that some of these measures, and again, I think you can tell from the way I view this that I really am supportive of the notion of putting them away for longer. I'm concerned that some of these measures are feel-good measures. I mean, You got the Miami Beach mayor, for example, who's saying, all right, he's going to now expand the area where sex offenders can't live from 1,000 feet away from schools and places kids congregate to 2,500 feet. So someone like you, who's got to look at the entire state of Florida and not just Miami Beach, has got to be saying, wait a sec. So if Miami Beach is going to expand it to 2,500, and then Miami says, wait a sec, we don't want people coming to Miami from Miami Beach who are sex offenders, and then they do the same thing, how are you going to deal with this?
Well, you know, that's a good question. I mean, how do you deal with it if you start changing the parameters in every jurisdiction in every city in the state? We have over 400 in Florida. But I'll tell you what. If the jail is more than 2,500 feet from the school, we don't have an issue. We take care of it already. We lock them up, and they're more than 2,500 feet away because they're in jail behind bars. It's hard to commit a crime if you're behind bars in the state of Florida or any other state. So would you agree with me that some of those measures are just feel-good measures, meaning apart from putting them away from longer, this business about, you know, where they live, et cetera, it sounds to me like some of these measures are just measures by certain politicians to say, we got tough, we did something, when I'd rather see money being allocated to enforcement rather than money being allocated to these new laws. We've got to allocate money for enforcement. You're absolutely right. We've got to be sure that we have enough prison capacity to lock these creeps up and keep them away from our citizens and in particular our children. They're the ones that are being victimized by this. You know, it's the most vulnerable in our society that are being hurt by it. And right now, today in Florida, as I mentioned earlier, there are 34,000 sex offenders roaming our streets. We can't, that's intolerable. If you believe as I do, and I know you do, Dan, that the most important thing government can do is keep our people safe. The Founding Fathers said it in the first line of the Constitution. We need to ensure domestic tranquility. We need to get about the business of doing that, and we need to do it quick. Let me ask you a slightly separate question. Did you see this videotape of this girl in St. Petersburg being arrested by the St. Petersburg, or being put in cuffs by the St. Petersburg police? I did. What'd you make of it? Yeah, St. Pete's my hometown. What'd you make? Well, it's hard to watch, and you know, you try to apply some empathy for the situation and the scenario they must have been dealing with. But my goodness, a 5-year-old girl, and they put her in handcuffs? I mean, there's got to be a better way, is how I feel about it. Any defense for the police? I wasn't there, and I don't know. Any defense for the police? Look, I love cops, you know, and I think we need to do everything we can to support them. I mean, I know that they wear a badge, but it's not bulletproof. They've got a very difficult job under very difficult circumstances. Frankly, if I knew a little bit more about the facts of the case, I might be able to opine on what was going on there. Since I don't, I hesitate to, because police get the benefit of the doubt with me. All right, Attorney General Charlie Crist, thanks a lot for coming on the program. Again, enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. We got to be enforcing these laws on the books. It's driving me nuts watching every time, seeing that there was a law out there that could have protected people, and it's not working. So. Well, and the crime of it is we asked to have this law that would have incarcerated more of them last year. Yeah. Understand what I'm saying? There might have been 9 Floridians still with us today. We appreciate you coming on the program. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Dan. Coming up, chaos in Michael Jackson's defense team. Seems that Jackson's attorney, Brian Oxman, is out. And the judge rules the mother of Jackson's 2 of his children, his ex-wife Debbie Rowe, can take the stand this week to testify against Jackson. What was Michael like as a husband? And what can she add to the case? Plus, it certainly looked like Martha Stewart was having fun, but she told her probation officer this party was work. Now she may have some explaining to do about whether she violated the terms of her house arrest. Your emails, Abrams at MSNBC.com. Please include your name, where you're writing from. I respond at the end of the show.
You're getting the whole truth and nothing but on the Abrams Report with Dan Abrams on MSNBC.
How do ExxonMobil refineries save energy? One way is to capture the heat and steam that would otherwise be wasted and use them. It stops a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, it's like taking 1 million cars off the world's roads every year.
My dad calls it being spontaneous. We jump in our new Nissan Pathfinder and go. We find cool places to eat burgers. I like burgers. We see trees, mountains, and lakes. We sing corny songs, drive through sand, climb rocks. I really like motorcycles. I love our new Pathfinder. Ever since we got it, we do a lot of this spontaneous stuff.
The new 7-passenger, 270-horsepower Nissan Pathfinder.
Mr. Peanut may not talk, but he does speak the international language of fresh taste. Well said, Mr. Peanut. Well said. Planters. Famously fresh taste.
How can working with the right financial advisor answer the question, am I going to be okay?
If inflation goes up.
If I start spending my dividends.
If I buy another 30 acres.
If I travel Europe for a year.
Am I going to be okay?
10 years from now?
20 years from now.
If I live as long as my father.
What if I help my son start his own practice? At Wachovia Securities, our financial advisors start with your life and plan your money around it. Talk to us.
Values voters. Who are they and what some politicians are willing to do to get their attention? Politics, religion, and the newest power players in Washington. A Hardball special report tonight at 7 only on MSNBC. And you can get more Chris Matthews by logging on to Hardblogger on the #1 news site on the web, MSNBC.com.
Swimmingpool.com, the source for backyard design. Make a splash, get inspired, and explore the possibilities at swimmingpool.com. Escape from the ordinary and imagine a whole new way of life right in your own backyard. Outdoor is in, and swimmingpool.com is the place to bring your dreams to life. Design a pool online. Find a local builder. Locate a local pool store. Swimmingpool.com.
In May, Comcast delivers the hits you want on in-demand pay-per-view. Order the hilarious Oscar-winning super hit for the whole family, The Incredibles. A legend comes to life in the spectacular action-adventure, King Arthur. Johnny Depp stars in the inspirational story of love and friendship, Finding Neverland. And catch John Travolta and Joaquin Phoenix in the heroic drama, Ladder 49. Call Comcast now and order in a great movie tonight on in-demand pay-per-view.
MSNBC keeps you up to the minute every 15 minutes. I'm Melissa Rayberger with the latest now. A tragic end to the search for 2 missing toddlers in eastern Georgia. Police say the bodies of 2-year-old Nicole Payne and her 3-year-old brother Jonah were found in a pond near their home. They disappeared on Saturday. Police say right now there is no evidence of foul play. In western Japan, at least 67 people were killed when a high-speed commuter train jumped the tracks and slammed into an apartment building. More than 400 others were injured. Investigators are now focusing on whether the 23-year-old inexperienced driver may have been going too fast around a curve. You're up to date, and now we go back to the Abrams report.
If he called me tonight and said, let's have 5 more, in a heartbeat.
More than 2 years ago, Michael Jackson's ex-wife told Fox she'd have more children with Jackson in a heartbeat. Now she's expected to tell the jury that much of what she said in that tape was scripted, choreographed by Jackson and his associates to fix Jackson's image after the airing of a damaging documentary where Jackson admitted sharing his bed with boys. Roe could take the stand against her former husband and the mother of Jackson's 2 children sometime this week, and could certainly add credibility to the prosecution's conspiracy case. In his opening statement, DA Tom Sneddon said the defendant himself was the one who called his ex-wife and surrogate mother to his children, Debbie Rowe, and it was Michael Jackson that asked Debbie Rowe to participate in the Fox Network interview. Went on to say they took her upstairs and did a complete rehearsal before they ever brought her down to be interviewed. And when she's doing the interview, when they didn't like her answers, they would stop the tape, they'd tell her how to answer it, and they say that corroborates exactly what the accuser's mother here has been saying about that tape as well. Before we get to that, a heated exchange between 2 of Jackson's lead attorneys after one denies being fired from the defense team, but is being quoted as saying the team is in disarray. NBC's Mike Taibbi, who's in the courtroom, has the latest details. Mike, so what is the story here? Is Brian Oxman still one of Jackson's attorneys?
Well, he may be one of Jackson's attorneys, but not in the matter of the state of California versus Michael Joe Jackson, Dan. He has been severed from the defense team. In fact, lead attorney Tom Mesereau filed a notice of disassociation this morning, before this morning's court session, basically saying that Brian Oxman is no longer counsel of record, one of the counsels of record in this case. Now, he may continue to represent Jackson in other matters. As I said before, he's represented him before. He has a long association with Jackson's brother Randy, and he's very close to Jackson's parents, Joseph and Catherine, who are in court today. In fact, he ended up sitting with them after he was escorted from the attorney's well in front of the bar by the court bailiff.
They literally had to escort him, Mike. They literally had to have a court officer take him from the defense bench and move him back.
Well, Michelle Caruso from the Daily News says she was watching this exchange while I was watching some of the testimony, and that Mesereau gave the eye to Leslie Avila, the court bailiff, who then went over to Oxman, bent down, and escorted him back behind the bar, sitting in the front row of the courtroom, just ahead of the press. So that's how low he's sunk at this point, near to where Joseph and Catherine were sitting. And then at 1:20, Oxman left the courtroom, and afterward was this exchange you're now seeing on the air where Mesereau is gesturing at what appears to be some level of emotion at Brian Oxman. As I said, we've spoken to a couple of sources who confirm that this has happened. If you want the backstory, I'll give it to you. I think people saw him as kind of a loose cannon. Very hard-working loose cannon, but one who would go on his own and do interviews of people who he felt might be helpful to the Jackson cause. And the straw that broke the camel's back, according to another source on this, is that it was an interview that Oxman did with Paul Baresi, a tabloid broker and former porn star, a few weeks ago, which Baresi taped, audio and video, trying to get Baresi to talk about the payments that were being offered and demanded by people back in '93. Baresi apparently tapes this interview. In fact, Baresi told us that himself, and then offered that tape around to journalists. And I think that was seen as something that's just not tolerable by this defense team.
Well, they sure.
So there you go. Brian Oxman's out.
They sure look like they're going at it in that picture we're showing there. I mean, looks like there's no love lost. Look, there've been rumors about Brian Oxman being out for a long time. All right, let's shift gears for a minute, Mike. Talk about big ruling today in court. That is that Debbie Rowe, the mother of Michael Jackson's children, expected to testify now, could become a really important witness.
Well, you know, I think so. The prosecution had a couple of wins and a couple of losses today. Getting Debbie Rowe to the stand, I think, is clearly a win for the prosecution. She will testify, as Tom Sneddon said in his opening statement. The prosecutor said that when she finally gave her interview at Michael Jackson's direct and personal request for that so-called rebuttal video that aired on Fox, she'll say that it was scripted. Now, the use of the word scripted is a semantic distinction that Bob Sanger, one of the defense attorneys, jumped on today. Said, listen, that's preposterous. I mean, there are always lists of questions. When a television person does an interview, he may often have a list of questions. When an attorney does an examination, direct or cross, he often has a list of questions. There were no scripted answers either for Debbie Rowe or for the mother of the accuser and his two siblings when they did their now infamous rebuttal video. But I got to tell you one thing that could come out of this, and it's not the headline that we were talking about before, and that is if for some reason the direct testimony is elicited from Debbie Rowe about Michael Jackson's sexuality. Can you imagine the headline with Debbie Rowe and Lisa Marie Presley having said in the past in public statements that Michael Jackson and they each had normal sexual relations? If Debbie Rowe says, no, we never did, that'll raise the question that's at the back of this whole case.
Is it admissible, Mike? Any ruling on the admissibility of that? Because I don't know that would be. Go ahead.
There has not been a ruling about it to this point. But as you know, Dan, oftentimes some of those things can get in through a back door, so to speak, in the direct questioning. And I know that Dawn Hobbs, who's an MSNBC contributor and Santa Barbara News press reporter, has also heard that that question may somehow be raised. And if it is, you know that that's going to be the headline coming out of court.
Yeah.
Debbie, you know,
I mean, because they've never actually discussed how this baby ended up coming to be, the children of Michael and Debbie. They've never talked about that. So, all right, it'll be Mike.
That's correct.
Stick around for a second.
I'll stick around.
Before I introduce my guest, let me just show. This is a piece of the video that Mike is talking about that they're going to say was scripted. And again, that's so important. Remember, because that's what the accuser's mother says. They say we were effectively kidnapped at the house. We couldn't leave because they were making us make this video. They gave us a script. They told us what to say. Here's what his ex-wife said about that incident where Michael was dangling the baby over the fence.
To listen to his fans all night long. They're so adoring and so loving and loyal. And they'll be there all night. And they wanted to see the little one. And he showed them the little one. Nothing inappropriate. May not have been
the best thing he's ever done in his life, but certainly I think it was made too big a deal of.
Well, she's now fighting for custody of the kids. Joined now by former sex crimes prosecutor Bill Fallon, criminal defense attorney Lisa Wayne. Oh, so much to talk about here. I don't even know where to start. All right, let's start with the business of Debbie Rowe, Bill. How important to the prosecution? I mean, she is not only, I mean, we have to throw that in, she's also now fighting for custody of these kids that she supposedly gave to Michael Jackson as some sort of weird gift.
Well, what else would you give Jackson except a weird gift? But I think the thing is, she becomes crucial, Dan, because one of the things, as you know, we have the mother of this victim is a pathetic witness. She's a pathetic human being, it seems. But one of the things that adds to her credibility, of which she has virtually none, is the fact of this scripting. If Debbie Rowe can say, I was scripted, I was conscripted to be a scripted person, that really gives the mother credibility in a way. And I know they're going to say, oh, and Debbie's now against Michael. Every single person that he comes in contact with, he is always against him. That's only going to work so much. I think she's going to be a good witness. Is she going to be a great witness? We don't know, but she can only help the prosecution. Well, and I'll tell you, she's going to get in the sex life.
Hang on,
she's going to get in her sex life, and I think that because what she's going to do is, as the prosecutor, you're entitled to say, describe your relationship. And guess what? If it's a weird relationship with your husband, good, bad, or indifferent, you get it in.
All right. Lisa, you think that that's coming in?
I don't think it's coming in, and I think that's a mistrial. I can't imagine that those defense lawyers haven't requested this judge to make a very limited ruling about what she can talk about. Simply talking about the taping, and that's it.
Lisa,
because if you go into his character evidence and all that other stuff in terms of his sexuality, I agree that's the ultimate question. Everyone wants to know, is he a sexual deviant? But whether she can testify about that, that's going to be a mistrial.
Lisa, does it affect her credibility, do you think, that she was married to Michael Jackson? I mean, are people going to say she treated children as sort of a gift? I mean, what kind of gift is that to give?
I totally agree with you. I mean, I have to tell you, I'm surprised that they're going to put this woman up on the stand. The prosecution wants them to vouch for her case, because this is a woman that those jurors, particularly those women jurors, are going to say, what kind of mother is this? What kind of woman is this that allows this to happen to her children and now wants to come in here and wants us to believe something different? I mean, nobody's going to buy that.
But Lisa, aren't we always saying what kind of person always hangs with Michael Jackson? What's the problem? But we never ask the big question, what's wrong with Michael Jackson? And I think that's what's going to bounce back.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, no, I'm not saying, Lisa, I'm not saying it's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's those little building blocks, because that's all the prosecution have. And I'd rather have the wife on, who is probably a nutcase too. Lisa Marie Presley, sad to say, must be a nutcase. But that makes Michael Jackson the nutcase and capable of
Let me just read
something.
very quickly, because the DA, Tom Sneddon, says it's not just about what the mom says. Quote, if you don't believe Debbie Rowe, you don't have to, because her attorney, who was present during the entire time, is going to testify that that's exactly what they did. They scripted that interview just like they scripted the accuser's interview. Bill Fallon, Lisa Wayne, Mike Taibbi, stick around. We got more, a lot of testimony today in the Jackson case as well. And Martha Stewart, not supposed to be allowed out of her house to party. So what was she doing here? Does this qualify for work as defined by the rules of her house arrest? Coming up.
Tonight, how Senator Bill Frist's attempt to ban filibusters could change the balance of power in Washington. Countdown, tonight at 8 on MSNBC.
It's for you. It's for them. It's for 3 days only. It's the 3-day sale at Sears, now through Saturday. Save on our freshest shorts, tanks, and tees, 40 to 50% off. Our most sparkling jewelry, all 40 to 50% off. Upgrade your kitchen. All dishwashers and cooking appliances are on sale. And brighten up your outdoors. All mowers, tractors, Kenmore grills, and patio sets are on sale. 3 days to shop, 3 days to save. The 3-day sale through Saturday. Sears. Good life, great price.
Are you in the process of buying a new home? Well, whether or not you've secured a great deal on your financing, you owe it to yourself to call or log on to ditech.com. We'll provide you with the most competitive rates available. We'll work closely with your realtor and close your loan on time. And you can get pre-approved quickly and easily. Make sure you get the best deal on your home loan. Compare with confidence. ditech.com. Log on or call 1-800-DITECH-1.
Electronic four-wheel drive.
vehicle stability assist with traction control, and an available navigation system with off-road tracking. The 265 horsepower Acura MDX gets hearts in the right place, even if you're not.
Kerr-McGee launched the world's first cell spar. But what you can see is only the tip of the technology. Because Red Hawk pierces a mile of deep water, plus 2 miles more into the seafloor, to recover America's energy for Americans. Energy that without Kerr-McGee's deep water solutions might forever belong to the deep. Nobody rules the deep water like the explorers of Kerr-McGee.
Agile, concentrated, flexibly managed. CGM Focus Fund. Manager Ken Hebner targets investment potential across the market. Call 1-800-CGM-INFO for current performance information and a prospectus. Read the prospectus carefully. CGM Focus Fund.
We have loads of puppies just looking for a home.
We've got a steak with your name on it.
Come on down to Bill's Kayak Shop for the adventure.
If you can afford radio advertising, you can afford cable TV. Comcast Spotlight can make it happen. And with Comcast Spotlight, you can target the customers you want to reach. So why settle for
Manja
when you can have?
Put your business on the fast track. Call Comcast Spotlight to find out more about advertising on cable.
Changes, and you need to know. MSNBC keeps you up to the minute every 15 minutes, right when you need it, only on MSNBC.
MSNBC keeps you up to the minute every 15 minutes. I'm Melissa Rayberger. Here is the very latest. President Bush welcomed Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Abdullah to his Texas ranch, where they met for several hours. Mr. Bush pressed Abdullah to boost oil production to help curb skyrocketing oil prices. The two also discussed Middle East peace initiatives and counterterrorism efforts. Federal authorities say they've arrested a top drug lord from Afghanistan who provided weapons and manpower to the former Taliban regime. Officials say Haji Bashir Noorzai was arrested while traveling to the U.S. and is now in custody in New York. He is accused of conspiring to import more than $50 million worth of heroin into the U.S. and Europe. General Motors is recalling more than 2 million vehicles for a variety of safety issues. More than 1.5 million are sport utility vehicles and pickup trucks that have seatbelt design problems. GM says only a few minor injuries are associated with those defects. That's it for now. Back to the Abrams report.
We are back. A former security guard at Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch was expected to take the stand for the prosecutors and be a pretty important witness. In this case, Chris Carter was expected to say that he saw the young boy here, the accuser, drunk, and that he said to him, Michael Jackson said it was okay. And then he was also going to say this is what he said in the grand jury. And I'm going to tell you why this is so important, because he's not testifying now. And I quote, "Who made the decisions around Neverland? Who was the decision maker? Ultimately, Mr. Jackson would call the shots. Was he what you'd call a hands-on person or just sort of a delegator?" He was a delegator. So he'd just say, "I want this done," and you get it done. Right. So Mike Taibbi, the judge, rules that Chris Carter's testimony will not come in. So I got two questions for you. Number one, why? And number two, is there anyone else who is testifying for the prosecution who's basically saying it was Michael Jackson who told me to do X, Y, and Z?
Well, there may or may not be. I mean, Hamid Moslehi, the videographer who shot the infamous rebuttal interview and many other things for Jackson, Jackson's personal videographer, has been told that he's going to be on the stand later this week, perhaps as early as tomorrow. And then you have this other woman, Cynthia Montgomery, who claims that Jackson's people told her to book one-way tickets for the accuser and his family to Brazil. But there's no one else who offered what Chris Carter offered. He was the guy, don't forget, in Snedden's opening statement, who was with Jackson, quote, 24/7, 24 hours a day, every day of the week. and knew everything that happened. And yes, he was going to testify to the things you talked about and to that hearsay statement, which would have been allowed, in which the accuser, well, it's hard to say what happened. He's a federal prisoner, as we know, in the state of Nevada, a federal prisoner for bank robbery charges, in addition to local charges in Clark County, Nevada, for sticking up a fast food joint and kidnapping some people at the point of a gun and all that. But because he's a federal prisoner, we don't know what happened. Sneddon only said in court today, Mr. Carter's not going to be testifying. But imagine the scenario. He would have had to take the fifth. There would have had to be a jury instruction as to why this guy is sitting in shackles over here, because as a federal prisoner, my guess is he would have testified in shackles, and his credibility would have already been damaged before he uttered a single answer to a single question on direct testimony. So maybe he was told, Carter and his attorney were told, there's not going to be any consideration given to you by the feds, by the U.S. attorney, because you helped Santa Barbara County in its Michael Jackson case. And his lawyer might have said, you know what, it's just not worth it, don't do it. Sneddon gets a message, and Sneddon says in court today, don't worry, Your Honor, Mr. Carter won't be testifying. A big loss for the prosecution.
Bill, how big a loss, and why do you think that he didn't testify?
Not a good thing for the prosecution. On the other hand, Dan, if you're bringing a federal prisoner in and you're bringing all that stuff, that really transcends the me versus Michael Jackson problem that many of these witnesses have. I think in the end it's probably better. Now, quite frankly, having tried to get federal prisoners in to witnesses on my cases, it is not always the easiest thing. So I'm not even 100% sure in the end when Sneddon was promising him if, in fact, he was going to be able to get him, because the feds and the state don't always work that well together. But it seems to me they probably said no consideration whatsoever. What do we care about this little stuff? And you're a con man, and if you're a robber, you're not going to get that much consideration in this type of case. It's not that he viewed the molestations and the like. Sneddon might be better off without him, as ridiculous as that sounds.
Mike, how close are we to the end of the prosecution case?
I think we're close. I think it could wrap this week. Don Hobbs has suggested it might spill over to next Monday or Tuesday, but they're losing witnesses one by one. They're not going to get, by the way, the 13th Duke of Manchester, our guy, Lord Alex Montague Manchester. The prosecution wanted him in because he had a story to tell about Michael Jackson's incessant phone calls, allegedly, to his son at a time when he was allegedly grooming his then-young son. But the judge ruled that was too remote in distance and time and from the facts of the current case to allow that in. So that's not going to happen. You're not going to get Chris Carter in. There's going to be limited testimony from this travel agent, Cynthia Montgomery, because she too is claiming the fifth, so there'll only be limited testimony from her. Now there's chain of custody evidence by cops about some of the evidence seized from Mark Schaffel's home. That's about it.
Lisa Wayne, so you're the defense attorney here. How do you think things are going?
Well, you know, I think that if the prosecution doesn't end here on a high note, they have some problems. I mean, what that jury hears last from the prosecution is what's going to really stick with them, regardless of all this stuff in between. I mean, there have been so many weeks and so much stuff. So, you know what? Maybe Debbie Rowe is going to be their big bang witness, and that's what they're going to end with, a big bang, and we just don't know what it is. Or it may be the death knell. Right, it might be the death knell.
Lisa may be right about that. Dan, Lisa may be right about that, because Debbie Rowe is going to testify that the only reason she gave that interview was because Michael said to her, if you do this, we might reinstall visiting rights for you, which he'd given up when she made this alleged gift to Jackson of these two children. So she could be a very strong witness, especially if she says something provocative about Michael's performance as a husband.
Well, she's going to. I'm telling everybody she's going to be able to get that in.
All right. How else do you say it except his performance as a husband?
I don't know.
We'll see.
Just how good a performer is he? That's the question.
As Lisa said, we'll see if it ends with a bang. Okay. Mike, Bill, and Lisa, thanks a lot. Coming up.
Okay. All right.
Martha Stewart reportedly being investigated for violating the terms of house arrest. Is she going to be allowed to go to celebrity parties? Does that work? Plus, earlier we told you about how Jessica Lunsford's death might have been prevented. My closing argument tonight: why tough new laws are often just political feel-good measures. There's something far more fundamental that needs to be done. Your emails, abrams@msnbc.com. Please include your name, where you're writing from.
Swimming is our passion. We never miss a day. Our multivitamin, Centrum Silver.
Centrum Silver has a group of essential nutrients that emerging science suggests may help reduce the risk of heart disease. Put your heart into what you love with age-adjusted Centrum Silver.
In the future, everyone will protect their eyes from sun damage like they protect their skin. Transitions lenses. They automatically adjust to changing light and block harmful UV rays and glare. So don't wait until tomorrow. The danger is here today, and so is the protection. Ask your eye care professional about Transitions lenses. Transitions. Healthy sight in every light.
great credit. Shouldn't you get a better rate on your home equity line? At eLoan, you do. We process your loan differently, online. That costs less, so you get a great rate with no lender fees. Apply today at eLoan.com.
My job is to predict the future. Every year, over 500,000 construction workers are injured in the U.S. So at Liberty Mutual, we're using 90 years of research and experience to help customers predict hazards and correct them, so accidents never happen in the first place. Some people say I'm psychic.
Liberty Mutual. It's more than insurance. It's insurance in action.
I say, hey, that's my job.
Coming up, Martha Stewart hits the town, but now reportedly being investigated as to whether she's mixing enough business with her pleasure. Coming up.
What is greater than? Greater power. Greater grip. Greater innovation. The all-new 255 horsepower Audi A4. More power, under more control. It's greater to lead than follow.
Are you hungry? My favorite cereal is Honey Bunches of Oats.
Every spoonful is a little different. You got 3 kinds of flakes.
Clusters are more of a crunch, you know, where the flakes are more of a crisp.
It's the cereal you'd make if you made cereal.
It's like a mouthful of joy.
Objective financial advice. It's right for any nest egg, regardless of size. A.G. Edwards. For 118 years, fully invested in our clients.
Fred, yeah, the printer's down.
Can you help?
I can try, but I'm gonna need complete silence. So much pain. So much pain. There.
Is it fixed?
Oh, it's fried. But I'll get a new one from CDW tomorrow.
Nobody responds like CDW. With fast shipping on top brand technology, you get what you need when you need it. CDW, the right technology, right away.
Hey, Fred, can you take a look at my need complete silence.
This week, how can we keep our kids safe from sexual predators? Joe's taking your outrage straight to Capitol Hill to see what's really being done and what should be done better. A Scarborough Country campaign with one purpose: keep our kids safe. All this week at 10, only on MSNBC.
MSNBC keeps you up to the minute every 15 minutes. I'm Melissa Rayberger. Officials say the Army has cleared U.S. soldiers of any wrongdoing in the shooting death of an Italian intelligence agent in Baghdad last month. He was accompanying a just-released Italian hostage when U.S. troops opened fire as their car allegedly sped toward a checkpoint. A sentencing hearing began at Fort Bragg, North Carolina for Army Sergeant Hassan Akbar. He was convicted last week of murder and attempted murder in a grenade and rifle attack in Kuwait that killed 2 soldiers and wounded 14 others. He could get the death penalty. And a Russian space capsule landed in Kazakhstan, bringing an American, a Russian, and an Italian back from the International Space Station. That's all for now. Back to the Abrams Report.
We've been seeing a lot of Martha Stewart out in public lately, so much so that it's easy to forget she's still a federal prisoner serving out a 5-month term of house arrest. She's allowed to work at her company's offices in Manhattan for several hours a week. She's even allowed to attend the National Magazine Awards, where 2 of her magazines took awards earlier this month. But her appearance at an event last week raising some questions about whether she's going too far. NBC's Ron Allen has the story.
Among the celebrated guests last week at Time Magazine's event honoring the 100 most influential people, Martha Stewart, wearing slacks concealing her ankle bracelet that monitors her every move.
How you feel to be included on the list?
Very thrilled and pleased. Under the terms of her probation, Stewart is allowed to leave her home for 48 hours a week to work, shop, and attend religious services. But the New York Post reports Stewart's probation officers who gave her permission to go now are investigating whether they were misled.
Her explanation for this event had to be very specific, and it had to be specifically related to work, and that's really the standard.
Just a couple of weeks ago, Stewart asked the judge overseeing her case to grant more work hours, up to 80 per week, saying she needed more time to work on her upcoming TV programs. But the judge said no and made clear home detention is supposed to be confining. Stewart is working to expand her empire with 2 new TV shows in production and a deal for her own satellite radio channel. as well as ongoing efforts to revive her magazine. A spokeswoman told the Post, having Martha present at industry events where she is honored is valuable to us.
Of course, it's important for her company, for her to be seen, but maybe that should be happening after the beginning of August when she's no longer under home confinement.
A big question, what did Stewart tell her probation officers to convince them the event was work? The rules allow a felon still paying their debt to society to make a living. Who does a night out like this cross the line? Ron Allen, NBC News, New York.
All right, my take, it is not smart for Martha Stewart, who's still serving time, to be testing the system by attending gala events under the broad definition of work. With that said, she got permission to go, and as the public face of her company, there's an argument to make that schmoozing is part of her job. I don't expect the probation department to take action, but if this keeps happening, I think public pressure on the probation department might keep her from doing just about anything apart from going to the office. Joining me now on the phone is the New York Post reporter Susan Edelman, who spoke to the U.S. Probation Department about Martha Stewart's attendance at the event, and John Webster with the firm National Prison and Sentencing Consultants, who also served time in federal prison under house arrest. All right, Sue, let me start with you. In your conversations with the probation department, did it sound to you like they are really investigating this, or did they just say, we never thought of it like that?
Both. When I first spoke to the chief U.S. probation officer, he was surprised to hear that there was a dinner party, a cocktail party, and secondly, they are truly investigating. They are getting pictures of her arrival, pictures of her at the cocktail party to see if the timing jives with what she said she was going to be, because the anklet she wears, it doesn't monitor her every move. It only says when she leaves her house and returns to her house. So they have to trust her that she says she's going when she's going.
Do you know how she characterized this event to the probation department?
No, they're not saying. That is confidential. But she does submit a written request, and I do know that she submitted the program for the event, and she let them know approximately what time she would be there and what time she would leave.
Mr. Webster, how unusual is this?
It's fairly unusual, Dan. There's not many inmates, former inmates, who are of Martha's ilk or background. And for the most part, people are just very happy, other inmates are just very happy to be able to have a 9-to-5 type job, and they're not fortunate enough to have the type of job that Martha has. And I think part of the problem here is that Martha, in the business that she's in, pretty much views everything she does as work-related. And I don't think the Department of Probation is going to have such a broad interpretation.
So why'd they let her go, do you think? Then why do you think they let her go to the event? I mean, as Ms. Edelman points out, they showed him the program, etc.
Yeah, I understand that. And if, in fact, and these facts are developing, and if in fact that occurred, then the probation department really can't sit there and blame Ms. Stewart. I wonder exactly what Ms. Stewart had informed the probation department, because my experience would be for these type of dinner parties or gala events, not that many of my clients get invited to them, I don't see the probation department agreeing to let them go.
Do you have any other CEOs? Do you have any other CEOs, Mr. Webster, who have had to say, look, part of my business is to go and schmooze?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we have. And the probation department typically doesn't look very fondly on it. I typically will advise my clients along those lines of directly and specifically related to work, as opposed to your long-term future or the long-term future of your company by schmoozing, by giving seminars or attending, various functions. So I think this was a very broad interpretation of work, and I question why the probation department did it. And I just wonder if, in fact, the information they gave were accurate. And I hope for Martha's sake it was, because there could be very severe consequences if the probation department was at all misled as to the nature of the event and the business function that she claimed she was, or the business benefit that she claimed she was to get out of this.
As a former inmate who served house arrest, does it frustrate you to see that?
No, not really. No, I have no. There's no envy or regret there. No, not at all. If her probation department, her probation officer has a fairly liberal interpretation of work, more power to her.
So, Sue, what are they still investigating then? I mean, are they investigating whether she was misled, whether she misled them?
Yes, they are doing that. There is a very fine line, but the chief probation officer did say that someone in the public eye can justify just about anything as work-related. He said it has to be specific, concrete, and they also investigating. As they put it to me, they're crossing the T's and dotting the I's, making sure she did exactly what she said, and she characterized the event as it was.
Yeah.
She didn't accept an award there. The awards were given out elsewhere. So she did give a toast for 45 seconds.
She's not allowed to drink, though. That's what we know that for sure.
No, she is allowed to drink. They said in moderation.
No. She's not allowed to drink. She's not allowed to have any wine, any alcohol.
She is absolutely not allowed to drink while on home confinement.
John, you agree with me, right? No alcohol.
She is absolutely not allowed to drink on home confinement. Once she's on supervised release, she can drink but cannot abuse alcohol.
I got to wrap it up.
We typically advise our...
I apologize for interrupting you, Mr. Webster. I got to wrap it up.
I understand.
Can't help thinking about Junior on The Sopranos, who's trying to go to all these funerals and stuff, finding people he knows and stuff. All right. John Webster and Susan Edelman, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, why proposed legislation like the Jessica Lunsford Act, designed to crack down on sex offenders, is often little more than political grandstanding. It's my closing argument.
What can an icebreaker teach us about maximizing shareholder value? You need someone in the lead who can power through any obstacle. Corporate and investment banking. Wachovia Securities. Talk to us. Watch for the Wachovia Championship, an official PGA Tour event.
Behind this grill lies the newest addition to the Denali line from GMC. Introducing the Envoy Denali, with a 5-star side impact safety rating and the most standard horsepower of any mid-size SUV. The new Envoy Denali and Envoy XL Denali by GMC.
It's M-A-Y-E. I love to eat it every day. And if you ask me why, I'll say quality meat, no fillers.
'Cause Oscar Mayer
has a way with B-O-L-O-G-N-A.
Oscar Mayer bologna, quality meat, no fillers, and a taste that sings. You can count on Oscar.
Can't resist Whiskas' new meaty selections. It's our meatiest tasting cat food ever.
Let Empire Glass replace your cracked windshield, and we'll give you 24 free dinners to Sherry's restaurants, where you'll enjoy great food and delicious pies all day, every day. And we offer free mobile service to your home or office. So for the highest quality windshields and 24 free dinners to Sherry's, call Empire Glass today at 503-251-9881. And remember, when you think glass, think Empire.
Do you find the idea of getting a satellite system appealing but confusing? There are so many choices, and what you don't know might end up disappointing you or costing you more than it should. Fortunately, there's help. The Satellite Entertainment Information Center has prepared this terrific free brochure that tells you just about everything you need to know to make a good decision. The call is free. The information is free. Just call 1-888-DISH-HELP right now. That's 1-888-DISH-HELP.
Voters. Who are they and what some politicians are willing to do to get their attention? A Hardball special report next on MSNBC.
Tonight on Countdown, Senator Bill Frist breaks convention, goes on TV, and tries to put an end to filibusters. He shows how banning this infamous part of the congressional process could change the balance of power in Washington. On Countdown, tonight at 8 on MSNBC.
My closing argument, why much of this new legislation designed to crack down on sex offenders is often nothing more than political grandstanding. Tough new laws mean little if the laws aren't enforced. Take the case of John Evander Cooey. Turns out that Florida state authorities alerted county sheriffs back in November that Cooey, a registered sex offender, had failed to respond to a letter verifying his address, and he was therefore considered a missing sex offender. The sheriff's office in Citrus County, where Cooey last reported living, says never got the letter. They say the state got the sheriff's address wrong, so the county never even knew Cooey hadn't checked in. A wrong address. If they'd gotten the letter, Cooey might have been arrested and been behind bars rather than on the loose in February when Jessica Lunsford was abducted. That's just one example. He wasn't considered a high-priority offender, even though we learned that he twice asked the state for psychiatric treatment because he believed he had a mental problem, quote-unquote, and could not, quote, control his sexual attraction for young children. In 2003, after Cooey served time for numerous drug-related criminal offenses, his probation officer allowed him to take a job as a construction worker at a middle school. His probation officer at the time claimed no one told him Cooey was a registered sex offender. 1 year later, he takes another construction job at a school in Citrus County where Jessica attended. He was registered as a sex offender there, but no one checked his criminal record before hiring him. And last summer, after spending 2 months in jail on a probation violation, he was supposed to report into a probation officer, never did. So no one knew he changed his address, was living 150 yards from Jessica Lunsford, and no one went looking for him until days after Jessica had gone missing. The new Jessica Lunsford Act tries to address some of the holes in the system. Tougher sentences, they make sense, but the rest of the proposals, electronic tethers, tougher reporting requirements, limited areas for offenders to live, just aren't going to do the job without better enforcement. New laws make headlines, but they need to allocate more than that $21 million set aside under the new legislation for enforcement. If you attach electronic monitoring devices to all sex offenders, who's going to track them? Before I offer praise to lawmakers, I want to know that those laws are going to make a difference. We got your emails on the Michael Jackson trial. Some very interesting. Coming up.
Imagine a best-selling minivan. Now at a 5-star crash safety rating. And give it a longer powertrain warranty. Back it with 5 years roadside assistance and price it right. What would you have? The Kia Sedona. It's not only a better value, it's a smarter buy. Get a 2005 Sedona for $18,120 after $3,000 cash back. Hurry, offer ends soon.
Laughter. What a magical part of a healthy marriage. Hi, this is Dr. Neil Clark Warren, founder of eHarmony.com. Humor is just one of the 29 dimensions we use to match you on eHarmony.com.
He made me laugh, and we just got each other.
We laugh every day.
It's amazing. It really is.
If you're looking for the love of your life, let eHarmony match you on all the important inside dimensions, like values, intellect, character, and yes, humor.
I wanted someone who had a great sense of humor, somebody who would laugh at my jokes even if they weren't funny.
He makes me feel good all the time, just hearing him laugh.
Experience the joy of true compatibility. It begins with our personality profile, a $40 value, yours free, eHarmony.com.
We're happy together, like that's enough.
Where everlasting love is happening every day.
Everlasting love for me.
Are you a homeowner with substantial debts? Would you like to lower your monthly payments and free up cash for other family needs? Then call or log on to Ditech.com and take the Ditech Challenge. We'll guarantee you the lowest rate and fee and help you get cash for any reason, even if your credit is less than perfect. Put us to the test and find out why so many other lenders are saying, lost another loan to Ditech. Log on or call 1-800-80-DITECH.
With Sprint, you don't have to go to work to get to work. Your employees are mobile and productive, with the applications and the data they need right at their fingertips, wirelessly and securely. And only Sprint offers complete managed wireless solutions that help save time and money. With Sprint, wireless is powerful, productive, beautiful. Detailed case studies at sprint.com.
How do ExxonMobil refineries save energy? One way is to capture the heat and steam that would otherwise be wasted and use them. It stops a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, it's like taking 1 million cars off the world's roads every year.
swears to tell the truth, the whole truth, and, well, you get the picture. Sidebar, the blog about justice at abramsreport.msnbc.com.
I've had my say. Now it's time for your rebuttal. The prosecution's case and Michael Jackson case almost over. Donna Algawes, I do not think Michael Jackson should even be in court in this matter, let alone convicted. He was given so much to underprivileged children and children in general. It's true that his public persona and somewhat private life is very confusing to the public, but so was Elvis Presley's and many other performers' lives. The fact is that they worked very hard to become successful, and I'm sure this requires a lot of sacrifice. Huh? Whatever he's given to children in the past is only relevant here, Donna, if it's something you don't want to talk about. The fact that Elvis had a confused life also tells us nothing about Jackson's guilt or innocence. And on that claim that Jackson's accuser and his family were not allowed to leave Jackson's Neverland Ranch, Ellen Abramson in Miami, with all the comments made about the accuser not being allowed to leave, it appears that there has been no evidence that Michael Jackson himself gave this or any other orders. Could it be that those looking after the running of the estate were the ones making these rules? It's possible you'll hear that from the defense. Cammie writing in about the guests on our program. Why is it that every defense lawyer that comes on your show, or any other show for that matter, sides with the defense? Because they're defense lawyers. But no, to be fair, you know, not all take that. How about Jeffrey Feiger? He doesn't always. Finally, Gloria Turk in Alabama, please refrain from using co-conspirator. There is no such word. Conspirator is to plan something with another person. Conspiracy. And you cannot conspire alone, hence conspire makes co-conspirator a non-word. Check it out. Sorry, Gloria, until you can get the judge, the prosecutors, and just about every other court in this country to stop using it, I'm not going to stop using it either. Your emails, Abrams Report, one word at MSNBC.com. We go through them at the end of the show. Oh, please. You'd have to be stoned to ask a police officer for a ride if you have drugs on you, right? 30-year-old Ron Stone needed a lift to his car in Bullock County, Georgia. Saw a police officer sitting in his patrol car. Who better to ask for a ride than a police officer? He walked up to Sergeant Kearney and asked him for a ride to his car. Always thinking like a cop, Sergeant Kearney agreed to help out Stone, but only after a search for possible weapons. Stone wasn't packing heat, but he was packing something. 2 small bags of preheated pot. Stone claimed he spent the night at a friend's house. The drugs weren't his. Don't you hate that? Well, Stone ended up getting a ride from Sergeant Kearney to the Bullock County Jail, where the police found out there was an outstanding warrant in another county for Stone's arrest on a marijuana possession charge. You'd think that someone with the last name Stone and an outstanding warrant for pot would stay clear of police. Guess Stone's mind must have been a little cloudy. Does it for us tonight. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
Tonight, a Hardball special report on the power of religious values in the voting booth. Never argue politics and religion. Just try and stop us. Let's play Hardball. Good evening, I'm Chris Matthews, and welcome to a Hardball special report. What kind of country do you want to live in? One where the laws force conformity to religious values, or where citizens have the maximum freedom to make their own moral decisions? On Sunday, Senate Majority Leader Bill Frist put himself on the front lines of a holy war against Democrats who use Senate rules to prevent up or down votes to block some of President Bush's conservative judicial nominees. Senator Frist delivered a taped speech in a telecast organized by Christian conservatives who have denounced Democrats as against people of faith, and defended his threat to confirm Bush's nominees for judgeships with simple majority votes.
I don't think it's radical to ask senators to vote. Only in the United States Senate could it be considered a devastating option to allow a vote. Most places call that democracy.
The political stakes are high on both sides, with Republicans putting their faith on blocking the filibuster and Democrats risk being labeled obstructionists, all in an attempt to control the values agenda. But what does this mean to most Americans? John Meacham is the managing editor of Newsweek. John, do most Americans want to live in a country where religious values are dictated, or values, in fact, conformity to those values, or in a country where people have the maximum freedom to decide how to enforce their own set of values?
Oh, I think they absolutely want the maximum freedom. That's the reason we were founded. The first settlers came to this country not to flee religion, but to flee established religion, and an idea that your civic rights were somehow tied up with your religious observance and your religious conformity. So to make your point, most people would rather have a relatively liberal government role on abortion rights, leave that up to the woman generally. They'd like to keep religious prayers from being dictated to anybody in public schools. They'd like to allow people to marry each other if they happen to be of the same sex. Does it go that broad in terms of people's sense of how free this society should be? Each issue is a little different, but obviously given the poll numbers on this, and I think common sense, I think people who are religious in the middle, moderate people of religious faith, worries about the people on the farther reaches and the extremes who want to try to force this, force religious values, religious imagery, religious symbolism on others, because then you, as you said a minute ago, you get into a holy war situation. You get into a conflict where instead of living our lives according to democratic values, tolerance, the idea that we are, as Americans, can work things out in the legislative, civic, judicial squares, you end up with a bunch of people who want to make their beliefs, their doctrines, law.
Right.
And that's a dangerous thing.
From a liberal perspective, put a liberal hat on, what would be the worst fear of the religious right taking over America?
From a liberal perspective, the worst fear would be that we would become a theocracy, that rights and responsibilities in the public arena would be dictated by a kind of deeply conservative, both Catholic and Protestant mindset. On the conservative side, if I may, the fear of an entirely secular culture, of out-of-control judges, of a public square in which there is no morality, in which there is no religious law, is that you end up with kind of the law of the jungle, that you have judges, legislators, even presidents who are unmoored from a moral and religious tradition that has done great things in this country, and that's true. But I think for every case of, say, abolition being a cause that came out of the churches and the civil rights movement that came out of the churches, you can probably find in many ways things that would have come out that would not be as broadly popular or in the service of justice, that would come in a kind of religious garb. And I think that's what people fear.
Let me ask you about the fights and the tactics right now. The Republicans want up or down votes on these judgeship nominees. What's wrong with asking the Senate to give them an up or down vote? Yes or no, Senator, you have to vote.
Well, what's wrong with it is the way the Senate custom has developed is people can put a hold on a vote, that a filibuster designed to protect the rights of minorities. We've all seen Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Now, it's a little different now because they're what sometimes think of as astroturf filibusters. You know, you just say, hey, I'm filibustering that, and then you go off to a fundraiser. That's trouble. That's a difficulty in this argument.
Well, do the conservative, or rather liberals who are opposing these judgeship nominees of the presidents, do they want more time to debate? Do they want to illuminate an issue? Or do they simply want to kill a nomination by procedure?
The latter. They want to...
Well, what's the defense of that? If you're just going to kill a judgeship, shouldn't you have to vote against it?
I think you could argue that. I think from the Democratic point of view, because they are the minority, they are simply trying to do what they can to stem what they believe to be a conservative tide that's washing over them. And
well, doesn't this give the Democrats, even though they keep losing elections for the Senate, they're down to 45 seats, doesn't this give them a veto? In other words, no matter how many times they lose an election for president or Senate, they still insist on the right to veto judgeships. Isn't that in effect what they're asking for here?
It is, yes. And the argument on both sides would be that the political argument is the Democrats, this is all they've got, as you're saying. You know, they have not won a national election in the Electoral College since Clinton. They fear There's a genuine, deep-seated fear that the judiciary will become a tool of a religious agenda that they believe the majority of the country does not share. I'm not endorsing this view. I'm just describing it.
I wonder if that's a little paranoid in the sense that we do have checks and balances. We do have the Supreme Court. But anyway, John Meacham, as always, managing editor of Newsweek. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Chris.
TV producer Norman Lear is founder of the People for the American Way, a group that says American values and institutions are being threatened by the conservative agenda. Mr. Lear, why do you believe that President Bush is wrong in insisting on an up or down vote on his judicial nominations?
Well, because I think all of this is influenced by the radical religious right. You know, People for the American Way was started in 1980 with the advent of the religious ministries on television. Jerry Falwell, Pat Robertson, Jimmy Swaggart, and so forth. Mixing politics and religion, it's never been a good idea, and the American people really don't like it.
Well, you know, the question I posed tonight is what kind of America do you want to live in? Do you want to live in a country where religious leaders set the tone for legal action, or do you want to live in a country where people have maximum freedom to make their own moral decisions? Which would be that for you? The kind of America you, Norman Lear, want to live in?
Well, I think it's a broader, deeper, more profound subject than those two simple questions. But I would lean toward the latter with a lot of conversation to follow.
Okay, let's take a look at the ad your group is running. It's an update, obviously, on an ad you ran 25 years ago when you said this battle first was joined.
Right.
Hi. I have a problem. I'm religious. Well, we're a religious family, but that don't mean we see things the same way politically. Now, here come certain preachers on radio and TV and in the mail telling us on a bunch of political issues that there's just one Christian position, and implying if we don't agree, we're not good Christians. So my son is a bad Christian on two issues. My wife is a good Christian on those issues, but she's a bad Christian on two others. Lucky me, I'm 100% Christian because I agree with the preacher on all of it. Now, my problem is, I know my boy is as good a Christian as me. My wife, she's better. So maybe there's something wrong when people, even preachers, suggest that other people are good Christians or bad Christians, depending on their political views. That's not the American way.
What should Norman Lear, a religious leader, do if he believes strongly or she believes strongly in, say, for example, opposition to abortion rights? They don't believe people should be allowed to have abortions. What should they do?
In my America, everybody has a right. That preacher has the same right anybody in his congregation may have to speak out as forcefully, as loudly, to seek as much companionship in his conviction as he can muster, but not to insist that this religious conviction is better than everybody else's religious conviction, and one is a poor say. I mean, the show that we was on last night suggested that those of us who disagree with the nuclear option may have less faith.
Well, what about in the 60s? I mean, you know all this. Back in the 60s, people who were for the civil rights movement used the Southern Christian Leadership Campaign. It was all about religion and bringing it into politics.
But nobody is not applauding that. I applaud that. I applaud, and I fought in a war for the right of Christian ministries to say anything they want out there, just not to insist that other people are good or bad Christians if they don't agree with them.
Well, didn't the civil rights movement say that people who oppose civil rights were bad people?
Well, yes, but it's one thing to say you have the right to say everything but cry fire in a crowded theater.
Yeah.
But you don't try to push your politics as a result of that on everybody else.
Do you think you're in the popular side of this issue of bringing religious values into politics? It seems to me the people that go to services every week, I've looked at a poll, people who go to services every week tend to vote Republican, tend to vote conservative. Why is that?
I'm not at all sure that that's true. I think the great bulk of the American people, but I mean the great bulk, we may not be the most educated nation in the world, but we are the wisest of heart. And good people everywhere and wise of heart people everywhere know politics and religion simply don't mix. I'm talking about the insistence that my religion is better than yours,
right,
and as a result, my politics are.
Hey, great. Thank you for coming on the show. This is a hot topic. I respect you. I loved your shows all those years. Thank you very much, Norman Lear, for coming on.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Especially the Jeffersons. When we come back, what was so wrong with Senator Frist's participation in Sunday's Christian telecast against filibusters, a debate with the Reverend Albert Pennybacker and Chuck Colson. This is Hardball, only on MSNBC.
Hardball is brought to you by Sir Speedy, your source for complete document services.
Documents start with people like you who have ideas to share. To bring your ideas to life, choose Sir Speedy. We understand the process of moving from ideas to documents. We have the expertise to enhance your vision and all the technology to make it happen. Whether your documents are electronic or printed, Sir Speedy's global digital network will help you create, manage, and distribute them more efficiently, wherever they need to go. Sir Speedy, we are documents.
It's not just another truck. It's the Honda Ridgeline. With four-wheel drive, a rugged, integrated closed-box frame, and a lockable in-bed trunk. Introducing the all-new Ridgeline. Above all, it's a Honda.
Coming up, Senator Frist and Justice Sunday. Should religion and politics mix? We'll debate it with Reverend Albert Pennybacker and Chuck Colson when Hardball returns.
How do ExxonMobil refineries save energy? One way is to capture the heat and steam that would otherwise be wasted and use them. It stops a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, it's like taking 1 million cars off the world's roads every year.
Equinox, Trailblazer EXT, Tahoe, and Suburban. Chevy SUVs, a sound decision for any size group. Now use Hot Button bonus cash to lease an 05 Tahoe LS 4-wheel drive for around $399 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. See your participating Northwest Chevy dealer today.
In May, Comcast delivers the hits you want on in-demand pay-per-view. Laugh out loud with the comedy as big as its name, Order Fat Albert. Jennifer Garner is back with a vengeance in the action-packed thriller Elektra. Adam Sandler has a family with a language all its own in the romantic hit Spanglish. And George Clooney heads up a familiar all-star cast in the smooth sequel Ocean's 12. Call Comcast now and order in a great movie tonight on in-demand pay-per-view.
MSNBC keeps you up to the minute every 15 minutes. I'm Melissa Rayberger. The death toll has climbed to 67 in a train crash in western Japan. The high-speed commuter train jumped the tracks and slammed into an apartment building. At his Texas ranch, President Bush asked Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Abdullah for help in curbing skyrocketing oil prices. An advisor says the Saudi leader promised to increase production long-term. And Senate Majority Leader Bill Frist and Minority Leader Harry Reid are reportedly working on a compromise on approving President Bush's judicial nominees. Officials say the Senate's top Democrat has indicated a willingness to allow confirmation of at least 2 of the president's 7 controversial appeals court nominees if Republicans abandon threats to ban judicial filibusters. Back to Hardball.
Welcome back to Hardball. The tagline of the Justice Sunday telecast yesterday was "Stop filibustering people of faith." Reverend Albert Pennybacker is a person of faith and takes umbrage at the assertion the filibuster is an attack on the faithful. Chuck Colson participated in the Justice Sunday broadcast, saying judges are being discriminated against because of their faith. Chuck Colson, you first. The president has submitted 215 judicial nominations. 205, that's 205 out of 215, have been confirmed by the U.S. Senate. How can you say that the president is not getting a fair shake?
I didn't say that. What I said is that certain nominations are being held up by the threat of a filibuster, which is something that's never happened before in 200 years of American history. It's an extraordinary abuse of Senate power, and you'll notice that the people are being held up particularly someone like Bill Pryor, whom I've known well, former Attorney General of Alabama, one of the most decent men I've known in public life, held up because he's a Roman Catholic who believes in his church's teachings about pro-life. And it came out very clear in the debate that that's what people were objecting to. There wasn't another thing in his record you could object to. I'm not saying that Bush hasn't gotten a good record with his judges. He has. But never before have we filibustered those that we don't want, which is what's going on now. It's grossly unfair.
But didn't Bill Pryor say, quote, that the Roe v. Wade decision, which gave a woman a right to an abortion decision, was a creation out of thin air, a constitutional right to murder an unborn child? Is that language that sounds judicious to you?
Well, I think it is, because that's exactly what the decision holds, and that's what Judge Bork said, and he was borked for saying it. And Bill Pryor has given his honest opinion of that decision as out of thin air, which it was. The Supreme Court found, or Justice Blackmun found, an implied right of privacy in the Constitution. All that Bill Pryor and men like him and Judge Pickering and others are saying is, let's interpret the Constitution on the basis of the words of the framers who wrote it, not on what we think we might like to find there. And that's a pretty reasonable judicial position.
Reverend Pennybacker, do you like the idea of these this Faith Sunday, this Justice Sunday, being aimed at people who support the right of the Senate to filibuster a judicial nomination?
No, I don't like it at all, because it seems to me that the job of the Senate is to make sure we have fair and impartial and open judges that serve the well-being particularly of minority people and people who are in jeopardy in this nation. And it seems to me that when judges come under ideological tests and on preconceived positions, then we're in trouble. And so Judge Blackmun, for instance, was a very ardent Methodist lay member, and he brought into his judicial decisions a great sense of moral commitment and moral insight. And it seems to me those things served well the well-being of our country.
But aren't the Democrats insisting on a litmus test, because they've confirmed most of the president's nominees, but they're insisting that the 10 don't meet their standards?
I think that that's part of the responsibility of the Senate, is to weigh those standards and to speak out vigorously for them where they seem to be at jeopardy with the well-being of this country. And fair treatment for people across the board is exactly what judges are committed to and need to pursue in their professional leadership.
Okay. Why can't the Democrats simply vote against these nominees? Why do they refuse to give them an up or down vote? Reverend?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that the majority is lining up to support an ideologically determined judicial choice in these cases. And so
I'm going to spoil your program, but
for the minority to be heard, the avenue is prolonged talk in the Senate. And that's been a standard of the Senate for 200 years, so that there's a balance between the points of view of the majority and the minority, and that's about as American as you can get.
Chuck, we'll come right back with Chuck Colson. I have to go to commercial. We'll be right down to talk about the showdown between the President and the Senate over the filibuster. Right back with Chuck Colson and the Reverend Pennybacker.
How can working with the right financial advisor answer the question, am I going to be okay?
If inflation goes up.
If I start spending my dividends.
If I buy another 30 acres.
If I travel Europe for a year.
Am I going to be okay?
10 years from now?
20 years from now.
If I live as long as my father.
What if I help my son start his own practice?
At Wachovia Securities, our financial advisors start with your life and plan your money around it. Talk to us.
Down in Panama City, Florida, they lay claim to America's best sweet potato bread. And San Diego says it has America's best weather. Well, maybe so. But there is one thing we know for sure. You'll find Alamo's best rates at alamo.com. Guaranteed. There are over 4 million miles of roads in Alamo country. And with our best prices always at alamo.com, they're easy to explore. Alamo, the official rental car of the American vacation.
Roger, those coordinates, 356 Maple Lane. Confirmation.
People who have seen ERA technology might think we're rocket scientists. That's because they visited the most cutting-edge site in real estate. Enjoy our talking photo galleries. You can even use your cell phone to surf our website.
I'm interested in your Maple Lane house.
All on ERA.com. Maybe that's why J.D. Power and Associates ranked ERA the highest overall satisfaction for first-time home buyers. It's another way. We're always there for you.
I want another championship so bad, it hurts. It hurts my elbows, my knees, my wrists, but I work through it with the Icy Hot sleeve.
The Icy Hot medicated sleeve. Joint-hugging pain relief you wear. The Icy Hot sleeve surrounds painful joints with concentrated medicine that goes on icy to dull the pain, then gets hot to relax it away.
When you work at something so hard, it hurts. Get the Icy Hot sleeve. Hard work and pain relief.
Hello? Repeat after me en español. No conexión. No conexión.
Yes.
No conexión.
No.
Hi guys, it's Maggie. Yes, I got the email.
La Quinta. It's tough out there. But here, everything's a little brighter, a little warmer. Everything's La Quinta.
Tonight on Countdown, Senator Bill Frist breaks convention, goes on TV, and tries to put an end to filibusters. He shows how banning this infamous part of the congressional process could change the balance of power in Washington. On Countdown, tonight at 8 on MSNBC. This week, what's being done to keep our kids safe from sexual predators? A Scarborough Country campaign. All this week at 10, only on MSNBC.
I'm back with Reverend Albert Pennybacker and Chuck Carlson. Chuck, you were saying.
Well, I was just saying, Chris, it'll spoil your program, but I agree with Reverend Pennybacker on a couple of his points. First, he said there shouldn't be a litmus test. I agree. The Republicans never applied them against Clinton's appointees, two of whom were extreme from the standpoint of conservatives, but they went through with Republican support. Secondly, he says the reason that the filibuster's there is because otherwise a majority would vote them through. Well, that's the way the system is supposed to work and has worked for 200 years until the last 4 years with George Bush as president. The third thing, however, that Reverend Pennybacker said, I got to take issue with. He said it's a good thing that the minority can do this. He sounded, even with his drawl, so much like all the senators I used to fight against. I'm an old-timer. I was a young Senate aide in the late 50s when we had to fight the filibusters from the South. We fought them for 8 years to get a Voting Rights Act passed. It's precisely the argument, along with the accent, that I heard from all of those distinguished Southern gentlemen back in those years.
Reverend Pennybacker, why do we have a veto for the minority? Why should a party
No, we
that
don't
keeps
have a
losing
veto.
seats?
We have a point of view, not a veto, a point of view that needs to be debated so that negotiated compromise can be achieved in the decisions of the Senate that represent the needs of the minority. It's interesting that the filibuster was used to block the needs of the minority, and in this case, it's the needs of the minority that the abolishing of the filibuster is used. It's the same mentality, the same people are making the same kind of argument, and here the victims are those who need their voice to be heard in the United States Senate and in the selection of judicial appointments.
Reverend Pennybacker, why are there 5 or 6 Republicans who seem to be leaning toward the position of the Democrats here? They don't want to get rid of the filibuster.
Yeah. Well, why are they? I think they understand the kinds of things I'm talking about,
Chuck,
which is how fairness and minority voices are heard in the Senate.
Chuck calls the same question. Why do you have people like John Warner, a real man of the Senate, talking about voting, and John McCain already saying he will vote with the Democrats on this issue?
The Senate's a club, and the senators don't like to vote against one another. Chris, you were up on Capitol Hill, right, as I was. You know exactly how they think. They just are set in their ways. They've got rules. They don't want to change the rules. We went through this before. What's unique about this situation is that we're not holding up legislation. We are holding up an up or down vote that the Constitution clearly calls for to let that judge either vote him up or vote him down. It's wrong just to filibuster him, and Reverend Pennybacker is wrong. They're not trying to get a compromise. They're trying to block a vote.
Okay, sir, gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm sorry, we're out of time, Reverend. Thank you very much, Reverend Albert Pennybacker and Chuck Carlson. I wonder how Leverett Saltonstall would have voted on this one. You're watching Hardball on MSNBC.
Ready to make the move to Levitra for a strong, lasting experience? Ask your doctor if Levitra's right for you. Levitra is what many men with ED count on for a strong, lasting erection, for that quality sexual experience. Strong and lasting. When he wants it, it's what Levitra's all about.
Levitra is only for men healthy enough for sexual activity. Do not take Levitra if you take nitrates for chest pains or alpha blockers for prostate problems or high blood pressure, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, and stuffy or runny nose. In the rare case an erection lasts for more than 4 hours, seek immediate medical attention.
Strong, lasting. Experience Levitra for yourself. If you're on another ED treatment, maybe it's time to try Levitra. Ask your doctor about a free sample.
It makes good sense to get what you pay for. But why pay for something if you don't have to? With a home loan from eLoan, there are no lender fees, no hidden costs. You could save thousands of dollars. And that makes good sense. Apply now at eLoan.com.
There are sports drinks that help you to fly, to soar, to defy gravity. But who's there to help when you hit the ground? To promote healthy knees and joints, one company wanted to make a drinkable dietary supplement. They turned to Cargill, where scientists created a good-tasting liquid form of key ingredients, resulting in a solution for healthy joints that's easy to swallow. This is how Cargill works with customers.
One of the most fun things about buying a new car is picking out just the right color and equipment. But most dealers want you to settle for what's on the lot. Well, here at Newburgh Ford, we have an exceptional selection, plus a system that can instantly locate every new Ford in 5 states. So we can bring you the exact vehicle you want, usually within 24 hours at no extra cost to you. You'll save time and money because we can and will compete with any dealer on price.
So come see us at Newburgh Ford and Mercury. We just work harder for you.
What a round. Sutton drilled his 5th birdie. Bell South Classic champion.
That is awesome.
Eagle for BJ.
You gotta be kidding me. What a shot.
Unbelievable golf shot.
Yes.
The PGA Tour on USA. Your game is on.
That was amazing.
The PGA Tour on USA is brought to you locally by
Pacific Continental. The right bank.
MSNBC, our headlines are updated every 15 minutes. So you're always up to the minute every 15 minutes. Only on MSNBC.
MSNBC keeps you up to the minute every 15 minutes. Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Rayberger. Here is the latest. U.S. officials announced they've captured a top Afghan drug lord, Haji Bashir Noorzai, seen here is accused of trying to smuggle more than $50 million worth of heroin into the United States. Officials say he was arrested in New York on Saturday. He was ordered held without bail at his initial court appearance in New York. The bodies of 2 Georgia toddlers have been found in a pond just a few hundred yards from the home where they were last seen. The 2-year-old Nicole Payne and her 3-year-old brother Jonah were reported missing on Saturday. Georgia authorities say right now there is no evidence of foul play. And the judge at the Michael Jackson child molestation trial has ruled that the singer's ex-wife Debbie Rowe will be allowed to testify for the prosecution. The mother of 2 of Jackson's children is expected to say Jackson's aides forced her to appear on a videotape praising her ex-husband. That's all for now. Back to Hardball.
Welcome back to Hardball. Should Senator Bill Frist have publicly aligned himself with Christian conservatives demanding that President Bush's judicial nominees get up or down votes? Here's more from Senator Frist yesterday.
I don't think it's radical to restore precedents that worked so well for 214 years. Now, if Senator Reid continues to obstruct the process, we will consider what opponents call the nuclear option. Only in the United States Senate could it be considered a devastating option to allow a vote. Most places call that democracy.
Pat Buchanan is an MSNBC political analyst, and Hillary Rosen is a liberal activist. Is that correct, Hillary, my pal? Let's go on here. What's the fight about here? It's not over procedure. Both sides could switch sides over the procedural argument. What's the fight about from the conservative side? Why is it important to have up or down votes for these judicial nominees?
The judges' war is a central front of the culture war. This is about the United States Supreme Court as well as these appellate court judges. The judicial issue is the most important one to conservatives, Chris, because it is all. You cannot win the culture war unless unless you get control of runaway and renegade courts.
What judgeships would you like to see? Let me rephrase that. Sure. What rulings would you like to see differ from the ones we get today?
Well, I think the Supreme Court should not have overturned that Texas law against Lawrence. It should not have done Roe v. Wade.
With regard to male-male sexual relations, female-female sexual relations, yes.
Exactly. It should look. Roe v. Wade, the pornography decisions, the decisions throwing God and Ten Commandments, these all, Chris, we all disagree on them. They all should be decided by state legislatures and state executives whom we can throw out of office. The objection of conservatives, they're not yelling about that Connecticut decision which okayed civil unions, because it was done by legislators. We don't want these rules, these laws imposed upon us by unelected judges who are anointed for life and who, quite frankly, are trampling all over the Constitution.
Okay, Hillary.
Well, first of all,
why is the stakes important to you?
The reason this matters is because they do get a vote in the Senate, first of all. What the Republicans are saying is wrong. It's just that they have to get 60 votes, not 51 votes. There's no rationale for history that says that the Senate is run by only majority rule. In fact, the 44 Democratic senators actually represent more people in states around the country than the Republicans do.
So what?
So this notion that this is majority rule and that the Democrats are obstructionists is not true.
Let me ask you this question. If you send a nominee to the Senate, is the Senate supposed to advise the consent to that nomination, approve or disapprove? Doesn't the president have a right to a vote?
He can have a vote. It's just that he has to get 60 votes.
But that's not the vote. The vote is whether they continue debate or not.
No. But that if you can get 60 votes, then you're having continuing debate. It's the same thing. No. The rationale, the conservatives love the courts when they're interventionists in principles that they think. Okay. They didn't think it was a states' rights argument to overturn the Florida State Supreme Court when it came time to count President Bush's thing.
Chris, is a very simple one. The point is, the Democratic Party has decided to obstruct the president's agenda to appoint conservatives and strict constructionists to these federal appellate courts and the Supreme Court. They decided to vote as a bloc to deny him a vote. There's no doubt that rules are being changed here, but it's the only way the Republicans can do it. I think the country's with it. They're willing to put themselves on the line, and it's a great issue for Republicans, and they're going to win it.
Do you think the Republicans are smart to so publicly identify the coalition they have with religious conservatives, as Frist did the other day on Sunday?
It's smart for Frist
to be open about it.
Well, look, there's nothing wrong with that, and clearly that'll hurt you with the big media, but that will help Frist if he's going to run.
It'll help you in the suburbs.
Look, if you're running for the Republican nomination and you can get the support of these folks, it is an enormous asset, and I think the suburbs don't care if you go to a church. Democrats have been preaching from the pulpits of black churches in every presidential election
This isn't about going to a church. This is about taking a church's agenda and putting it into the public policy of the United States. So if the Republicans would say that this was about an agenda and not about the process, that would be more honest. What Democrats have done is confirm over 200 Bush judges, the overwhelming majority of them anti-gay marriage and anti-abortion.
Peter Hart is a very good, you know Peter Hart, both of you know Peter Hart, the pollster for NBC and the Wall Street Journal. When Peter and I had dinner weeks or months actually before the presidential election even got started this time, he said to me the most critical number for the Democrats to be afraid of was of people who go to religious services once a week, whatever the religion, overwhelming Republican advantages. Isn't that a problem the Democrats face, Hillary?
These judgeships are not about religion. The Democrats have approved over 200 judges, overwhelmingly anti-abortion, overwhelmingly anti-gay marriage. Unfortunately, this is about, like Priscilla Owens in Texas, who sided over and over and over again with corporate interests like Enron against people when they were having liability or pension problems. These are economic issues,
Pryor,
too.
why did the Democrats refuse to...
This is not about abortion.
Explain the Bill Pryor case. Why did they refuse to not even vote on Bill Pryor?
Well, one of the things is they, Whitcomb, the chairman of the committee, was asking him questions about, won't your deep personal beliefs about abortion, aren't they going to inhibit what you say or affect what you say? Chris, Peter Hart is exactly right.
Well,
if you go to
Eleanor was different.
By the way, Bill Pryor's answer was he thought that the Roe v. Wade decision of '73, which gave a woman a right to vote under the Constitution, came out of thin air it was a constitutional right to murder an unborn child. He's a strong-minded guy here.
Of course, I mean, every traditionalist holds that. Look, John Paul II could not get approved for a federal appellate bench. He'd get 100% negative vote by the Democrats because abortion is an issue they won't let go of. Homosexual rights is an issue they won't let go of. Affirmative action is an issue. Quota. They want judges making law for them. And what Bush has been elected to do is to put conservatives and traditionalists on the bench. Peter Hart is dead on. The Democratic Party is killing itself with folks who go to church once a week. They do fine if you don't go to church at all during the year.
Who wins on the cultural war?
Backlash this week.
If we did not have a culture...
The head of the Presbyterian Church, Bill Frist's own church, said that he's overstepping his bounds by bringing religion into this issue.
Was the Presbyterian minister a liberal?
It's the head of the Presbyterian Church. It's Bill Frist's church.
No, well, he doesn't dictate his church's philosophy or politics.
In the Shivo case, the country does not want politicians.
Can I ask you a question about we're going to talk about Tom DeLay when we get back. If there weren't any cultural issues between the Democrats and Republicans, they talked about wages, trade policy, your favorite, taxes, basically economic freedom issues, economic entrepreneurialism, or economic justice issues, Social Security, Medicare. If there were no cultural issues like abortion, gay marriage, end of life issues like the Shivo case, who would win? Who benefits by keeping the cultural issues to the fore? Which party?
The whole conservative movement is motivated by this culture war issue and by these court decisions. We don't need it. Frankly, you're right. If we win all these decisions, then it goes back to economic and other decisions.
Who wins on those?
I think
who's benefiting politically from the culture war, stoking it up all the time?
Oh, the conservatives are.
No, there's no question. Consistently, people have found that too many are willing to vote against their own self-economic interest because they're being lied to
about an agenda. So why don't the Democrats just drop all these cultural issues and get it off the plate?
What does dropping mean?
Stop
Eliminate constitutional freedoms? I don't think so.
Okay, well.
Ultimately, the Supreme Court has consistently ruled in favor of constitutional freedoms. That's going to have to continue to be. That's the Constitution Pat Buchanan doesn't like. It has to get rewritten to accommodate
So if we have a recession next year, all we'll talk about is the economy. We'll stop talking about this for a while,
The
right?
original Constitution is just fine. The rewrite is the job we don't like.
When we come back, I want to ask about Tom DeLay and whether he's in trouble because the Washington Post reported over the weekend at the top of the newspaper, big surprise, that Tom DeLay had a trip paid for by a lobbyist. And later, a look back at the Iranian hostage crisis on its 25th anniversary of that failed rescue attempt. Remember Desert One, how horrible it was? Let's talk about that.
Hey. Where you been? Well, we needed a break from the city, so we hop in our new Nissan Pathfinder. We drive to a small town and here, hey, you got Kel's Homes here? So we go even farther and find a dude ranch, see horses, see cowboys, see guys saying the best pizzas at Lombardi's. We head off-road to go hiking in New Mexico. New Yorkers, mud baths at the hot springs. Hey, I'm in your building. We drive farther and farther down a canyon, across a river to the most peaceful, secluded, far away from the city place, and we realize we missed you guys.
Hey. The new 7-passenger, 270-horsepower Nissan Pathfinder.
Hey, Fred, we need... Oh, don't tell me. We need a whole new storage solution, need more capacity, better security. Ken wants recommendations on his desk ASAP.
How'd you do that?
I got the same email you did. I already called CDW. I took care of it.
Nobody responds like CDW. With fast answers to your technology questions. You get what you need when you need it. CDW. The right technology right away.
Oh, Fred, don't tell me.
Good people of Troy, accept this gift from your Greek friends.
A wooden horse. Seems like the kind of thing that a small army could crawl out of at night and lay waste to our entire city. Have a nice day.
Hindsight is easy. It's thinking ahead that's hard. But that's how Liberty Mutual serves our customers and why we're one of the world's leading insurance companies.
Coming up, how much trouble is Tom DeLay really in? We'll debate that when we come back. And still ahead, Admiral Stansfield Turner and former hostage Barry Rosen look back on the failed rescue attempt of the hostages in Iran 25 years ago when Hardball returns.
To the list of the most extraordinary images ever captured, we humbly submit the beating human heart. For the first time in such detail, it helps doctors diagnose heart disease in just 5 heartbeats. The Lightspeed Volume CT scanner from GE Healthcare. Some might even consider it a work of art. GE, imagination at work.
is Take On Orbits. Today's contestants need a hotel in Hawaii for under $100 with a golf course. Ready? Go.
Hotel reservations.
Yes. Orbits, it's that easy.
In this crazy world, it's nice to know there's someone you can always count on. This is a great day. Nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX.
I am a sleep-deprived second-year law student. If you need to find me, check the library first. I was told by my dad to follow through, and not just with your golf swing. I have a Discover card. I use it for the cashback bonuses. I'm putting them towards my summer hiking trip to the Yucatan. Correction, I'm not going to crack a book all summer trip to the Yucatan.
This is our card, the Discover card.
I was here before here had a name. As fields became farms, as grasslands became greens, and now as families become neighbors, till after their kids become parents, I'll be here. A natural gas well, one of Kerr-McGee's thousands, meeting energy demand in harmony with the land, with still more to explore.
Go someplace you dream of going. Do something you dream of doing. Be someone you dream of being. Beginning next week on NBC.
MSNBC keeps you up to the minute every 15 minutes. I'm Melissa Rayberger with the latest. The judge in the Zacchaeus Moussaoui case gave lawyers until May 6th to propose a schedule for a penalty trial which will determine whether he lives or dies. Moussaoui pleaded guilty on Friday to conspiring with the 9/11 hijackers to kill Americans. He said Osama bin Laden personally chose him to fly a plane into the White House in a later attack. Pope Benedict XVI met today with leaders of other religions who attended his official installation mass yesterday. He also said he prayed to God during the conclave not to be elected pope, but this time God didn't listen to him. That's all for now. Back to Hardball.
We're back with Hillary Rosen and Pat Buchanan. Well, I don't know whether this is an ideological argument or not, but will Tom DeLay be able to weather the Washington Post report this weekend that he had a credit card by a lobbyist used to pay for his golf rounds in London and England and Scotland?
Well, I don't think Tom DeLay is going to last for two reasons. Number one, because most people just don't personally like him that much, even a lot of members in his own caucus. I do think he's corrupt. And I think members won't want to keep talking about it. You know, members in his caucus just do not want to go to every single press conference and Tom DeLay is their first question. But I will say this. I was a lobbyist for more than 20 years, and the whole system is corrupt. Of course I paid for people's trips.
But that's
and
illegal.
before the law changed, it wasn't illegal. And then once the law changed, there are multiple ways that you do. You find organizations to pay for trips.
So you find some third party but then do you replenish them? Do you give them the money afterwards to make up for the trip they paid for?
Well, maybe you don't do it quite as directly as Jack Abrams did, which was completely overwhelming. The other thing that was corrupt was
his credit card.
how expensive it was.
Let me get on this. Look.
But you make sure that organization gets fundraising from somebody or the like.
Your smell test.
Hillary, it's wrong.
Bigger picture,
the Republican caucus is not going to dump Tom DeLay simply because he's under fire from the Washington Post. Now, if Abrams was reimbursed by the 501c3, if he was reimbursed, I don't think DeLay's got a real problem. Post is pumping it up. The media are pumping it up because they hate DeLay. They want to bring him down. Hillary's right. He doesn't have a great many of people out there fighting for him now. Doesn't have a great following of friends. But I think unless they get something that is virtually indictable, I think he stays on certainly through this Congress.
But doesn't Abrams, the lobbyist, now have to find some proof that he was reimbursed? Or else it looks like he was paying,
I think he'll be asked
for the ride.
He'll be asked about that, and if he's indicted, there's a possibility they may flip it.
It goes more than that. It's the tie between his client's money going to the organization that reimbursed him at the very same time for the very same amount of money. Look, I think this is a problem because you've got secretaries, you've got junior lobbyists, you've got congressional staff people, all of them, once this becomes an investigative criminal matter, they're not going to want to take the fall for Tom DeLay. That's when this thing really gets in trouble.
They're going to rat him out.
Somebody's going to rat them out.
Flip him, but here's the
Both he and
thing.
Abrams.
This will metastasize if they take DeLay down on
I love the
trip.
language here. They're going to flip him. You're going to rat him out.
If they take DeLay down, the Republicans and everybody, they'll gear up that ethics committee. They'll be taking down Democrats left and right for people taking trips.
Do you think they might squeeze Abrams?
People deserve it. They should
I
get
think
it.
this Justice Department
Well,
is squeezing
squeeze
him like,
him to get the big guy.
Oh, sure, because they'll hang a 20 or 10-year sentence over his head. Sure.
The lobbyist.
Although,
do you want to play golf tomorrow and go to jail for the first of 20 years?
Well, yeah, just say, look where that ex-congressman is.
What do you
right
think
now.
he'll choose, loyalty or self-interest?
I think he looks to me, I know the guy. I knew him when he was
You
young.
think he might go with self-interest?
He looks to me like a guy he stood with the Indians, but now he goes with self-interest.
Like the old line, what you mean, pale face, that line?
This
Anyway,
is one of
thank
those
you.
issues where
Thank you.
Democrats just need to get out of the way because they're making their own trouble.
I remember that from Lone Ranger days. Thank you very much, Pat Buchanan, Hillary Rosen. When we come back, we'll revisit the failed rescue attempt. Boy, what a tragic day that was. The American hostages in Iran, some 25 years later.
You're watching Hardball, part of the best primetime and cable news. Matthews, Overman, Scarborough, MSNBC.
It is not an abstract concept. It is not a financial instrument. Energy is a concrete thing, created by real people for real businesses. Energy is constellation energy, and we are ready to show you some very real results.
Right on target. Now you can target only your gray hair with Just for Men. In 5 easy minutes, it replaces gray with subtle tones for a natural look.
You're right on target.
Right on target. Just for Men, the rejuvenator.
Start the day with a splash.
It just feels better with an Aqua Velva, man.
Imagine a best-selling minivan. Now add a 5-star crash safety rating and give it a longer powertrain warranty. Back it with 5 years roadside assistance and price it right. What would you have? The Kia Sedona. It's not only a better value, it's a smarter buy. Get a 2005 Sedona for $18,120 after $3,000 cash back. Hurry, offer ends soon.
Can you control your destiny? Can you do it with a spoon? Each morning we choose. We say, I'm hungry, or, cookie dough. This is a turning point. So you pour honey-toasted Kashi Go Lean Crunch with twice the protein and fiber to help you feel healthy, not hungry, all morning long. You like this Go Lean Crunch feeling. Could every day be a good day? Kashi Go Lean Crunch. See how far it takes you.
What can a hungry monster teach us about where you work?
One hungry monster underneath my bed.
Moaning and groaning and begging to be fed.
2 hungry monsters.
At my closet door, chewing up my sneakers,
Asking me for more.
Every year, Wachovia employees like these spend over 600,000 hours volunteering in their communities. Wachovia. Watch for the Wachovia Championship, an official PGA Tour event.
Next, how Senator Bill Frist's attempt to ban filibusters could change the balance of power in Washington. Countdown, next on MSNBC.
Values voters. Who are they and what some politicians are willing to do to get their attention? A Hardball special report tonight at 7 only on MSNBC.
F-Series, it's the best-selling truck in the country. And right now during Truck Month here at Landmark Ford, we have a huge selection. And they're all on sale. F-150s under $14,000. Super Cab 4x4s under $21,000. Even Super Duty Crew Cabs under $26,000. And of course, with Landmark, you always get something more. Free tires for life. It's Truck Month at Landmark Ford in Tigard. We're just off I-5 at the Haines Street exit. Get more, spend less.
Comcast high-speed internet. Everyone's connecting. Faster.
Visit us on the web to get this great offer.
Welcome back to Hardball. 25 years ago, Desert One, the secret U.S. raid to rescue 53 American hostages in Iran, collapsed in flames in the middle of the Iranian desert. The mission claimed the lives of 8 U.S. service people, emboldened Iranian revolutionaries, and seriously undercut Jimmy Carter's presidency. Admiral Stansfield Turner served as CIA director at the time of the rescue operation, and Barry Rosen was one of the Americans held hostage in Iran all those months. But we begin tonight with John Palmer, who broke this story when he was NBC's White House correspondent. Here's part of his report back then, along with part of President Carter's address to the country.
The mood here at the White House this morning is one of great sadness and dejection as the President of the United States prepares to go on nationwide radio and television and explain what happened.
There was no fighting, there was no combat, but to my deep regret, 8 of the crewmen of the 2 aircraft which collided were killed. I ordered this rescue mission prepared in order to safeguard American lives, to protect America's national interest, and to reduce the tensions in the world that have been caused among many nations as this crisis has continued. It was my decision to attempt the rescue operation.
What an operation. Tell us what it was like. What was the basic plan to get those hostages out of the Iranian students' hands?
The hostages had been held at that point about 6 months, and there were, 53 of them. They were all former American embassy employees. The plan was to send in a group of helicopters to have them rendezvous in a desert in central Iran.
Desert One.
Yeah, in Desert One, and then proceed on to Tehran. The intelligence people knew where the hostages were. They had a very good idea of the layout of the place. They were going to blow the walls of a soccer field next door, storm the place with stun guns and explosives and so forth, rescue these hostages, get them back in a helicopter, fly them off to a nearby airfield, transfer them to fixed-wing aircraft, and then get them out of there. Of course, it failed. It failed because a couple of the helicopters couldn't make it. One of them had a warning light, had to turn back to an aircraft carrier. The other one was troubled by a sandstorm, and the engine was destabilized on.
And then there was the crash of the C-5A.
And then that was when the plan had been aborted, and as they were starting to leave, the plane crashed in with a helicopter, and there was a fire, and 8 American servicemen died.
How did you get the scoop on this?
We got a telephone call around a little after 9 o'clock that night, 25 years ago, saying there was unusual activity at the White House. I called the White House press room. I got duty officer who said, I said, what's going on? And his answer was, I don't see anything. I don't see anything. And I hung up the telephone, and it bothered me. That's not the usual response in the English language. Don't see anyone. So I got a suit and tie on and got my IFB that we wear in our little ear, and I got in the car, and I drove to the White House, and I saw all the cars in the West Exec Drive, flashed my White House pass.
And you hadn't even known at that time, nor had the country, about this operation to rescue the hostages.
Didn't know anything about it, except there was this unusual activity. Walked into the press room. It was deserted, except for the fellow I talked to on the telephone who was watching a basketball game.
Right.
And was startled to see me, saying, I told you I didn't see anything. And then I saw an agent right by the doorway to the Rose Garden meeting. Of course, the president was in the Oval Office, went upstairs. They were all gathered outside Jody Powell's office, the press secretary, in case some reporter had stumbled into the press room to look at the wires or whatever. They wouldn't see anything unusual. And I saw some lasagna stacked in plates that had been there. It looked like Grand Canyon, and about 5 or 6 hours. So I knew they'd been there for hours.
It was the most tragic hour of the Carter administration.
Oh, it was. I remember in discussions that night and trying to find out exactly what had happened. And I remember a final meeting with Jody Powell well after midnight there. And Jody looked out the window. My crew was setting up out on the lawn. He turned around, and there were tears streaming down his face. And that's not like Jody Powell. He's a tough guy. I think the tears were as much for the 8 Americans that had lost their lives as it was for the Carter presidency. There was double-digit inflation.
Remember, he was in the Air Force Academy for all. He identified with those guys completely.
Oh, sure, yeah, and it looked like the presidency was gone. The hope of the election.
Stansfield Turner, Admiral, you were CIA chief then.
Yes.
Was this a smart mission?
Yes, it was a good mission. It was well planned. We had unfortunate conditions with these helicopters. It wasn't the helicopters themselves, and I've take a little exception with John. It really wasn't the sandstorm. Six helicopters got through that sandstorm. One of them turned back, should not have turned
Carter
back.
sent more helicopters into this
No,
mission?
we had 2 extra helicopters already.
Okay.
At the end of this mission, every helicopter was flyable. Every helicopter, and it was the pilots who didn't make the right decisions to take some risk. This was a wartime
They go with
operation.
what they had.
They should have gone on further.
Barry, how did you hear about this? You were a prisoner at the time in Iran of the students there, the so-called students.
Right. It was really weird. Only 2 months later did I really find out about what had happened. That same night, on the 25th, we were put into vans, and they painted the vans immediately while we were there, thrown in as if we were pieces of meat, and then within hours of midnight or so, we were shipped all over the country. I landed up in the south of Iran, about in Isfahan, about the middle of Iran, and 2 months later, I was in a prison cell. And there I went out to the bathroom, and there was a newspaper on the floor, an Iranian newspaper. I read Farsi, so I stuffed it in my pants and then brought it back into our cell and started to read it. And there was an article about the aborted rescue attempt. And,
Really?
and we were...
How did you feel as an American? Did you feel that was good at least Carter tried, or were you just disgusted that it had failed? What was your reaction?
No, I mean, it was more emotional than that. First of all, I felt very good that Carter had tried, and we were all terribly desperate at that time.
Yeah.
And then at the same time to read that Marines and servicemen, an Air Force serviceman died, that was even worse than anything else. And for me, more than almost anything else, from this moment on to the 25 years ago, Iran has gotten away with really abusing international law. And one more important thing is that they've never been accounted for what they've done. And those servicemen have died for nothing.
Okay, you're proud of that. Was a good mission to try, Admiral.
Yes.
Yes, I think it was well planned. Any military operation, there always are risks that you take. In this case, we in the CIA, and I take no credit for this as the CIA professionals, had scouted out the landing zone in the desert, Desert 1, by sending a small plane in to land by the light of the moon, take core samples and prove that the big planes could come in with gasoline in them. The helicopters would then rendezvous with those big planes on the desert. I'm very proud of the way the agency, CIA, was able to find that spot in the desert and organize it. We also had people in Tehran, and one of the things...
You mean you had Iranians on your side?
No, we had American CIA operatives in Tehran, scouting the embassy, finding out where the guards were, finding a place for the helicopters to land, and then we had bought trucks and rented a warehouse to store them in, and our people were going to take the trucks out, meet the troops when they arrived in the helicopters on the outskirts of Tehran. Very complicated
Sounds like
operation.
Oscar McLean stuff. Very complicated. Anyway, thank you, Admiral, very much. I respect you guys are great. You especially. Stanfield Turner, former CIA chief under Carter. Barry Rosen, congratulations on getting out back then, finally, and congratulations on your continued career. Former Peace Corps guy, great guy. Anyway, John Palmer.
Thank you.
You got to come on this show. You can do this. That's the way it was. You know, you can do this. What was it? You were there. The old Cronkite show. Be sure to tune in tomorrow.